G'day champions. Testing. Are we clipping? Probably. How are we? Alrighty then. We know how the audio's going. No notification. Hello. Audio is good, thanks mate. Oh, looks like everything's working. Sweet as. How are we all? Alright, so this one brought in for intermittent signal. The first thing I noticed. Did you ever notice? Is that around here? Someone's put some bus wire linking the. I don't know if that was from the factory, linking the speaker outputs, and it's touching the chassis. And when it's not touching the chassis, it's probably touching the foil on the top of the chassis. Yeah, quality. So that's probably the intermittent signal, but yeah, it's also got the caps leaking their shit. Typical IC cap issues, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I opened this up while old mate was here and showed him. Because a lot of the time, people bring it in for one thing and it's more than one thing, so. Someone's gone through and soldered some quick connects around the reverb connections. Actually, all of the quick connects, so yeah. Thanks dickhead, whoever you were. Now all the quick connects are soldered. So to remove that board, it's going to be a fucking pain in the ass. So I'm going to allow another, I don't know, another hour for that. Half hour at least. To clean up all the quick connects and disconnect them all. So they've soldered the heater fuse in place as well. So there's probably intermittency there. And a few touch-ups. So I'll give it some juice. Check the bias isn't running away. Check the stability of the output stage and check the drivers in the box and the reverb tank before I go giving them a price. Just visually check everything as well. There's a lot of valves in this thing. 8 preamp valves and 2 outputs. So how are we all legends? What's going on? RJ. Thank God it's Tuesday. Yeah, thanks for the email, Jerry. I copied the last live stream settings and it was still said the title. I forgot about the title. You get the idea, fuck. Do I have to spell everything out for you? Supersonic. This is a Fender Supersonic. $60, I guess. I don't know. I think we got a 22 watt as well, and a 100 watt version. So recap. HT supply. This is the knowns, the known knowns. And bias. That's another axial IC cap. Rebuild low voltage supply. It's got 2 times 270R. Probably replaced with 330 or 470 and it'll still be okay, but run cooler. And 1N5353s. And 470 microfarad 35 volt. $50 volt. $59.5 ohms. Blue to red. 53.2 ohms. Looks like an outbreak of corona here, really? News to me. Don't know, I'm getting on a plane tomorrow to go to Melbourne, so whatever. Time travel, yeah, this thing called time zones, champions. But anyway, g'day everyone. How are we? Kicking goals. Any drop frames yet? 64 drop frames, that's pretty good. So I'll have a listen to this thing and just check its stability. It's, what, 6 AM here. I was going to start a little earlier, but then I realised I got no milk, so I had to go to McDonald's for coffee, which sucks. But it's not too bad. We'll survive. We will prevail. Vintage / burn. Well, we don't want it to burn, so I think the designers took that literally. Alright, annoying Fender rear power switches. Currently off. Check the fuse rating. .6 amp. Sounds about right. 1.6 amp. G'day from London. Nice. Got the flu, Daniel. Fuck. Man up, mate. You'll be right. It's actually not bad, that coffee. It seems to taste better when you pour it into my cup. Maybe it's just because I'm used to it. Nobody gets tested anymore. Yeah, not really. I would. I'd get tested if I got sick still, because I just want to have an excuse to shut for a couple of days. Also in the no coffee situation. Local coffee shop where I get my beans was out yesterday. Damn. So you got a grinder in that. Sweet as. Who can build me a 5 watt stereo tube power amp? 3 out synergy rack amp would be overkill for playing at home. One off build, Rax Effects. You're looking at a pretty big coin. Just get yourself a one of the 20 watt Marshall ones or something. Just turn it down, bro. I had a concept of building a stereo combo that has a mono preamp. It is mono all the way up to the effects send, which then splits into left and right. Well, one send, but 2 returns. And if you don't plug into both the return jacks, it just runs in mono. But if you plug your mono send to your effects processor, and obviously that brings back stereo, reverb and whatever, all of a sudden you've got a stereo output stage. You've got 2, 15 watt push-pull EL84 output stages. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? 2 nice speakers. Just use 2 amps and a stereo pedal. Yeah, that's another thing. Just get two of those bloody tweed tone 5s, man. That's what, second hand, you get them $400, 2 amps. One of them fails, you can still use the other until that fails, and then you got to fix them. What do I call big coin? I don't know. I'm not doing a quote off the top of my head. Rax FX, $5,000. When you're doing a one-off build, you've got to stop production. It's pretty much a week's solid work. So how much money do you need to turn over in a week to pay the bills and make a profit? Here you need to turn over, like, just to make the business viable, like $1,000 a day. Well, that's turnover. You got to make, profit. You can make $5, $10, $15, $20,000 a week turnover, but you might make $0 profit, depending on your overheads. Satellite and magnetone. Yeah, the magnetone's got one. Now they're freshly invigorated with Slash's blessing. What do I think about new Supro amps? They're trash. Don't bother buying them. They're fucking shit. Summer Series and the Lazy J illuminating. Over here they have some hype about them. That pedal show. They don't take anything apart on that pedal show, so I think you can happily disregard pretty much everything they say about quality, because they're just looking at the outside just like everyone else is. So you got a few grinders, Dustin. Nice. I've got a Compact K2, I think it's called. I think it's a K2. I think I bought it because it's named after the mountain. It's not really, but magnetone mono in. Yeah, that's what you want. Mono in, stereo return. So damn it, they've already taken my idea. I'm not very original. I wouldn't be surprised if someone else has come up with my idea first. Has this thing got a master volume? No master on the clean channel. Or this channel. It's not necessarily clean because it says Vibrolux/Bassman. And on 2, it's got gain 1, gain 2, and volume. So I guess that's the master. So you set your clean volume, and then you got to set your master over here for your overdrivey channel. Yeah, don't worry about the Supros. They might work, but they sound pretty average, and they're not built to last at all. The old Supros are cool, but you need to fully restore them by the time by the time it's now. Alright. Bang. Settling down to 50 watts. Standby. Channel switching's working. I'll just test it with a test tone because I know you guys love 1 kilohertz. I'll give you 400 hertz. How's that? What would be a good choice for a pedal platform amp? 50 watts or less. Just go deluxe reverb reissue. Or a AC15. Depends when you say pedal platform, that's a very overused term. Do you mean you're using a preamp pedal? Like, are you using a pedal that's got like distortion and stuff in it? Or are you just using effects and you're using distortion in the amp? If it's the former, pretty much anything with a clean channel will work. If it's the latter, you'll need something with a effects loop if you don't want it to get, all sonic youthy on you by distorting your reverbs and delays and whatever. You want full stereo, 2x5 watt. Just thinking, is there anything off the top of my head? I don't think there's anything at 5 watt. Generally, you'll start at like 20 watt for that. So you're talking push-pull output stage there, Rax FX. Because you could make something with like a 6BM8, a pair of them. And that would cover your phase. Two of them would cover your phase inverter and a push-pull output stage per channel. So you could have 4 of them, and then just maybe one extra 12AX7 for an input stage. So with 5 valves, you could smash it, and you could have a tiny little transformer because it's push-pull. That'd be good. And keep your voltages down so it doesn't cook itself. Just has to be clean. Yeah, well, it'd just be like a power amp, yeah. So 2 little, maybe, I don't think you'll get a 5-watt push-pull transformer, so you might have to use like a 10-watt one. But yeah, if you're going single-ended, you could have literally just 2 6BM8. I always get 6BM and 6GW mixed up. 6BM8. One of them's hard to get, the other one's easy. You could just literally have 2 of them, and that's your input stage, and that's your output pentode as well. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Could keep it very simple. Is building an amp on a wood board with nails inappropriate? Yes. Don't do that. Wood's conductive, and you're dealing with high voltages. Come on, man. We're a bit above wood and nails here, aren't we? That's how you learn about resistors and switches and stuff, not fucking build an amp. Leave the plywood to like Dumble and shit. Didn't he use like, I know he used full mica at one point, which is fine. It's just phenolic resin. It's cheap though. Like, people paying all this money for a Dumble that's made out of a fucking kitchen bench laminate. Anyway, I think we all know by now that I'm not impressed by boutique bullshit. So, anyway, stand by. Okay, I'm off by an order of magnitude on the frequency there. Drawing 88 watts, which is about what I'd expect. I think she's not got any runaway issues. What's that work out to? 1.7, we'll go the heaviest side. 1.7 divided by 59.5 ohms. 28 milliamps multiplied by wake up meter. Where am I? Trying not to short anything out. A bit shaky. 472 plate to cathode. 13 watts divided by 30 because they're 6L6s. We're running at 45%. 45%. The other side's probably about the same, if not a little less. You'll bug me to build you one. Yeah, mate. Okay. Yeah, right. Thanks, Gooden. So 6BM8 is one that you can still get. I think Electro Harmonics make a repro of them, whereas the 6GW8 is harder to get and more expensive. Yes. Sweet. I can't remember the difference between the two. I know they're both triode pentodes. Yeah, Rax Effects. I've had people internationally wanting me to build something. It's just, I'm not interested. It's too hard. And they're all, oh yeah, it doesn't matter what it costs. And it's like, yeah, but if something goes wrong, you got to ship it back. You'll have the shits. Then you want me to cover postage, and then you got international shit. What if you know, customs just arbitrarily decides that that thing's not legal? I haven't had it certified in your country, which I'm not interested in doing, especially for a one-off thing. It could cost like 10 grand to certify a thing to sell it overseas, and you're selling one of them, so that amplifier is now a $12,000 amplifier for a one-off. If you do it all above board. If you don't do it above board, you send it over, and then it's anyone's guess as to whether customs just fucking puts it in the grinder and turns it into fucking metal chips. What are we talking about, Matt? They do that. I don't think they care enough about it. I've made a lot of comments on TPS, and they know exactly what I'm talking about. Only if you're into dying and setting your house on fire. I need to get my feet wet on amp building. Well, if you're working with a wood board and nails and you got wet feet, I'd say you're probably not going to live to hear that amp. I know what you're saying though, Daniel. So what you want to do is get a kit. Get a kit from a reputable place like, you know, Mojo Tone or whatever. I don't know where you are, Daniel. You sound like you might be from Europe. What, Italy maybe, with a last name like that? I don't know. I'm just making complete guesses. I think Rax Effects, didn't we talk about your local techs? I can't remember if it was you I was discussing. Someone reached out to me wanting an amp built in Switzerland, and I said, I know like 3 awesome techs in Switzerland, and they're like, no, I don't want them, I want you. I'm like, well, I'm not, yeah, go to them, because they're fucking way better than I am anyway. They are like Rain Man compared to me. Let's have a listen, champions. Got the mic all good? Yep, mic's in. Sweet as. This is a bit where I forget how to play because I just pick up a guitar cold. Oh, actually, I've got a reverb transformer on that, so I don't want to go giving it a signal without a tank attached, because we might fuck the reverb drive transformer. So I've got my little test tank up here. I'm not very impressed by these Taddy tanks. I've had you know, big dreams, and they're very dark, extremely dark. So I mean, you know, you could voice an amp to suit, but as a drop-in replacement, I'm not very impressed, unfortunately. I'll be getting some storms today. Love a good storm. Love it. Input, white. So if you never know what way to plug in your Fender style reverb tank, just chuck a meter on it, bro. Your input coil, so the drive coil, will read about 1 ohm, and the output will read about 200 ohms DC resistance, and on the amp you'll read about 250k ish, 220k on the return, and about 0.5 ohms on the send. So you don't need to take the thing apart, you don't need to look up schematics. Anything with a reverb drive transformer, you're going to have a low impedance drive. And if you look inside the thing, don't know how high def I am on your viewing mechanism, but you see the wires coming from the transformer, that's your send coil. And looking at the traces, that's the bottom one. Plug that in, the return's the other one. I'll test the one in the cabinet shortly. Generally, you can just test them with a multimeter, and that, you know, providing there's no broken springs, they'll work fine. Hiccups. I had a friend who had a vintage Guild acoustic and the TSA broke it and they refused to pay for it. Yeah, they're just like a criminal organisation, those fuckers, eh? Hey, you want your stuff to arrive? Whoa, it's gonna cost you. Hey, nice guitar. Be terrible if something was to happen to it. So then you got to, you know, pay them off to fucking... I don't know how it's legal, but anyway. I find the modern Fender reissue reverb to be super bright. Is this the standalone reverb unit, Matt? Some people... Or just are you just talking in the reissue Fenders? Like the Princeton and the DR and the Twin and whatever. Some people might like a darker tank in them. Yeah, well, true. For more atmospheric stuff. I kind of like the snap, because I grew up on surf rock, so... You know, the snap and the splat is what I'm all about. But yeah, I can see the darker one being of use. I just realised I've put the Oh yeah, I've got the drive coil near the transformer. This is a weird amp because it's sort of asked backwards. You got your power supply up this end, but you got your output stage over this end, and your input over here. Normally that shit would be the other way around, but you got your speaker output on the same end as your input. Not a massive, like not a signal issue or anything. Like if it was a super high gain, you might have feedback issues, but just a weird way of doing it. In the reissue amps, okay. Yeah, well that can be toned down. You got caps and shit everywhere, you can play with the values. Alright. Well, it sounds okay, but it's oscillating when you turn up gain 2 and the input jack's not shorting. So clean the input jack. That could be a layout issue. Let's turn it down a bit so it's not so fucking annoying. Awesome. Is that literally a PCB layout issue? Let's find a schematic. Fucking. Such a boner killer when you gotta look up the schematic. Hybrid guitar and a theremin, yeah. Lazy J would be a decent beta prototype. Needs refinement, the hardware wide, pigtails, ground loops, and lead dress. Yeah. Just build an amp that's designed around the things, the features that you're trying to build on them, instead of, you know, tacking shit on left, right, and center. Alright, so putting another valve in there, it shifted the oscillation up a bit, but it's still there. Okay, now it's doing all sorts of weird shit. It's not my test leads. Disconnect them anyway. Now that we've established that the output stage is going to be alright. Okay, well, it's not mattering what channel I'm on. So what's that valve? Yeah, I did that. Hold that on tuning my guitar. Oh, thanks, Max. Yeah, I don't know why more people don't tear shit down. There's so many teardown channels on just dumb shit like remote controls and fucking laptops and stuff. Air fresheners and that kind of thing, but there's no teardowns on stuff they actually want to check out and see how they're built. Like, you know, to buy one. It's more just a curiosity thing. Sorry, just scrolling back. I often wonder about the parallel lines and ribbon cables in amps and inductance. Should a twist be introduced where possible on telephone equipment? We twisted ribbon cables used ferrite rings. Generally, I'd say it's not a massive issue. You just got to set your pinouts up so there's stuff in between them. And this ribbon cable's like, it looks like the pitch is about 4mm. Something like that. Try a shield on top of the amp. It's the lead dress on the actual valves, I think, combined with a circuit layout thing. But yeah, just looking up the schematic. 1 minute. Want to know what each valve's doing first. Supersonic. Supersonic 210. Nope. That's a speaker cabinet. Combo. There is an error. Fantastic. Alright, looks like the PDF is corrupt. Try that one. Nope. Ah, thanks, Matty. Beard's looking good. Yeah, I've got to get it trimmed tomorrow. It's starting to be a pain in the ass. Grows outwards. I've seen driftwood guitars, teardowns of different... Whoa, teardowns of acoustic guitars? What, do they put the camera in it, or they, like, destructively take it apart? Sorry, just battling with my computer here. Alright, 112 combo. So which valve's which? Can't tell. Everything's flipped upside down. But there is a circuit board layout. But it doesn't show the valves on it. So we've literally got to try and zoom in on this. That's your front. Reverb's on the right. Gain 2. It's about in line with the gain 2. So it's likely to be that stage because that's all the wires that go to that socket. Gain 1 and gain 2. So it's oscillating regardless of where this switch is. So this could be, because that's off the X node. An X node is there. And C83 is the X node capacitor. Right, and guess which one is leaking shmoo out the end. So I think there's no filtration from X node. Now, there's probably not much ripple there because it's filtered out by previous stages, but the X node there, and see how this is on another node, W node, on the clean channel. and then X is oscillating because it's coupling via the power supply, because there's no filtration there, because the cap's fucked. So yeah, I should have been clearer. There's schmoo leaking out of the cap. I'm powering it up to see if there's any other issues, because I know that's going to happen. I mentioned at the start, recaps are given. We'll check the ripple on there as well. We've got 20, fluctuating wildly between 120 millivolts ripple. Where are we? Have a look at its neighbour. And that's like 3 millivolts at its neighbour, which is C81. And if we look at it, C81, 83, 84, C80, 82, 81. So C81 has a 62k in front of it. So what's C82 has not, and C82 is the phase inverter node, so that's Y. C83 is fluctuating a bit too, but it's more around 30, 40, 50, 20 millivolts. So yeah, I reckon that oscillation will go away with the recap. So there you go. G'day, Scotty. How you going, champ? IC caps are garbage, yes. The birthday party is the band Nick Cave was in before the Bad Seeds. Now, I'm reading backwards here about the birthday party. I think it's been out in Australia for a while. Yeah, I should watch that. Oh, fuck. The birthday party was a pretty influential band that no one's heard of. Well, you know, those in the know have heard of it, but it's not like they made much radio play. Because they're a bunch of pretty crazy fuckers making pretty crazy music. Not exactly mainstream, but it got probably most famous in Australia due to our very own Scotty, SKman22, in the chat, and his band, the Screaming Jets, covering Shivers. Are you sick of playing Shivers yet, Scotty? 2 chords. 2 chords. I taught Michelle how to play Shivers. She was very proud. And then she realised if she just learned a 3rd chord, she could play Every Rose Has Its Thorn, or whatever the song is. I don't know the actual song name. Every rose has its thorn. So yeah, she started with Shivers. Shivers was the first song that Michelle learned. Because when I first met Michelle, she was wearing a Screaming Jets t-shirt. And that's what drew me to her. So, if it wasn't for Screaming Jets, Scotty, I might not be married right now. Could be dead in the gutter somewhere. I'm sure they would have cleaned me up by now, though. They wouldn't just leave me in the gutter, so... Maybe. I don't know. So, yeah, full recap. What have we got? I'll just write that down and make it easier for myself. So, that's 350 volt, 4 7s. 1, 2, 3, 4... 4, 22 mic, 500 volters, 2, 47 mic, whatever volters, and 2, so it's got 2 in series there and 2 in series there, 2 series sets, wow, 2, looking at the plate voltage, I don't know what it is unloaded, but well, we can check that, can't we? I've already unplugged everything. 200 mic. So they'd be in series, 350 volters. And everything else is probably hunky-dory. I'll just passively test the reverb tank and speaker. speakers. And we'll get this one out of the way. This bloke's been sending messages every other day asking for the quote. So today's just going to be quote, because the weekend's pretty much a write-off. Birthday party had nothing to do with Radio Birdman as far as I know. IC made several different grades of caps. Yes, there are some. You buy them on DigiKey and that. Apparently those ones are okay, but I still don't trust them. Plate should be around 460. Yeah, that's about what it was. So IC brand, they leak, physically leak their electrolyte out where the lead enters. The Saints, Birdman, yeah, they had stuff going on, I think, but yeah, not the birthday party. Fuck, I remember I'm going to pull these amps as I do them. I'll put them over there. I think I'm going to cut off repairs for the rest of the year, because big pile of shit just came in. That's going to keep me busy, plus I've got some design projects that I need to get underway that are overdue already. So here we have Illinois. Yeah, it's not made in Illinois, Eric. That's for sure. Book 'em, Dano. Plexi 50 watts. This is a customer build. He's finished building it, and he was too nervous to switch it on. So he sent it here for me to look over it, check that he did everything right, and then switch it on. He said he's happy to bias it and stuff. I said, no, I'll do that. And just check over everything and give it an initial power up test. So I'm going to have to sit here. I told him I'll need like an hour's labour just to trace everything out and make sure everything's done right. Review his layout that he followed and see that that's legit as well. Because he might have followed the layout perfectly, but it may be wrong. So this is a Seriatone Ace Tone, Molecular 50, whatever, insert fancy name here. It's a fucking 50 watt amp. So physically it looks good. Looks almost like, I think it's a stainless chassis. Yeah, stainless laser cut. Seriatone, yeah, it is, Scotty. Hope he doesn't call Brad on his wedding night. Who? What? Pull the trigger in order to... You just ordered one then, Rax FX. Fuck. I'll be damned. Yeah, nothing much happened on our wedding night. I think a lot of people will attest to the fact that you just want to fucking sleep after a day of running around like a dickhead. You know, if I was a custom amp builder and lived anywhere near you, the last thing I would do upon completion is take it to you and ask your opinion on it. What do I know? If you're a custom amp builder, you probably know more than me. If you're a DIY guy like this dude, then fair enough, but... So, straight away, he's used some weird, looks like rubber band, but it's a tape of some description. He didn't have any heat shrink, so he's used a bit of tape and some epoxy, it looks like, wherever he's needed to heat shrink it. So that's not great. I told him that, but I said, look, if we don't need to disturb it, then we'll not worry about it. His soldering's good. His soldering shits all over a lot of boutique-y fucking amps. He's used good silver micas, not the shit silver micas, so he's already better than everything that's been on the bench this week. I personally don't like silver micas myself, but he's used Panasonic ECQ series film caps. He's used what look like Zcon carbon films and then metal films on the effects loop. I think the effects loop would have been a kit. There's two LND 150, so that's probably a, sorry, I'm fucking zoomed in. That's probably a, what is it, Metropolis style loop. Open her up. There you go, down in there. So, you know, Stereotone, they don't do much original, but what they do, they seem to do rather well. There's a few just not great soldering connections. The turrets have like a little ball of solder on top of each one. See, it's not a smooth fillet. It's like a little ball of solder, like he had trouble getting the solder to flow to the turret. So I'll have to check all of that. There's a few spots where it looks like you've got a dry solder joint within the turret. I forgot how close I can zoom with this thing. Old Penny Boy's still got a bit of life in her. So you can see there, there's sort of like a ball on top. And then, where was I looking? Just there. Just there, it looks like the lead hasn't really taken the solder. So I'll go over all of that. But his layout and his lead dress and everything looks really good. So hopefully that's an indication that pretty much everything's sweet. Is that in focus? No. Yeah, probably not enough heat, but maybe these are just those turrets that don't take solder very kindly. You need to sort of pre-tin them before you blah blah blah. The only reason I do not build tube amps for kicks is because the transformers are more expensive than a fully built amp. Yeah, I'm feeling you there. Price keeps going up every year too. He's used Vichy Ceramite ceramics, which are my choice. The stainless chassis is actually like really nicely TIG welded in the corners. I'd love to show you, but it's too hard. And the laser cut's perfect. The folds are nice and tight. This has the potential to be a world-class amplifier. So yeah, I'm proud of him. Even though I met him the first time the other day. It's got this huge ridiculous cap in the middle, 50 plus 50. I don't know why they lay it out for them. Like, why put a cap in that you're never going to be able to find in a couple of years? There is one resistor. Is it a resistor? There's one component covered in heat shrink for some reason. Not sure what the go is there. But yeah, his bus wire across the front's good. He's used like PCB pots. They look like alphas, which isn't brilliant, but if they work, they work. His wiring on the switch is better than Achilles. But having said that, Achilles has been fucked with by other techs, so it's probably not Achilles' fault. Disclaimer. He's got a power supply board up the end here for low voltage. I guess that's for, is there switching in this thing? No, that'd be for, where are we? Okay, so there's a regulator down there, a 6-volt regulator. So what's that going to? Because that's an LND 150 loop. What's that powering? Oh, it's got regulated heaters in the front end. Yeah. Okay. V1 and V2. DC filtered like fuck. You don't have to filter that much for a regulated anyway. It's got, this is Stereotone, not his fault. It's got massive filtering from a 5-volt winding. And then it's got a 6-volt regulator. bolted to the chassis down there, which is a curious choice. And then you've got a dedicated heater winding, heater line going to V1 and V2 up this end. So it's running DC regulated heaters on the first two valves. Hopefully that can handle the heat, because what are we talking? No, so 600 milliamp. But when you DC stuff, when you use DC heaters, you kind of need to overrate stuff a bit. There's an initial inrush, but also you're dealing with the peak pulses from the rectification. But yeah, it looks all good visually. But yeah, I'll put that aside because I need to have a coffee and just go over every connection, make sure every pin is the correct one, because often, you know, like they'll get off by one pin or something like that, because he admitted that he knows nothing about electronics. So it just goes to show that you can get this far and look like you know what you're doing when you've literally, he admitted to me he's got no idea what he's doing. So that's what makes me laugh with some of the boutique builders, because a guy who's literally never touched a soldering iron before physically has a better quality build. Next amp will be a mess of boogie, simple stuff, yeah. So yeah, visually looks good. Electronically, we don't know. So I'll check all of that, make sure no values are off by an order of magnitude or anything. I think he said it came as a kit. Looking at the components, they're all components that you can't just get from JCar or anywhere. So so chances are, yeah, you got a kit off Nick from Seriatone and assembled it. I didn't know Seriatone still sell kits. I thought they only sell custom ordered amps now, but what do I know? Alright, what do we got next? Oh, I really don't want to take an AC30 apart. It's like a physically grueling task. AC30 6TB. Why not, I guess. Righto. Screws are loose. Get a look at the back of my bald ass head. Okay, that screw's not even taking. So, when was this one made? It's got the old round indicators. What's going on? There's like a traffic jam out in the street. Oh, I hear Michelle. Is that because I forgot my lunch? I forgot my lunch. Thanks, woman. You dickhead. Have fun at work. Yeah. See ya. I forgot my lunch. Michelle just dropped it off. Alright, so straight away having a look in the back. Let's go to the main cam, eh? You can sort of see what's going on then. A Tyler PR client. Ooh. Tyler. Yeah. No comment. Yeah, have a look at Tyler on Lyle's Facebook page, and all will become clear. I don't know what Tyler's business model is at the moment, but he was definitely a kit builder at one point. I've never even seen one here, but this is going off my, as the Cosmic Psychos documentary is named, Blokes You Can Trust. Cosmic Psychos are touring at the moment. He was on Double J the other day, and they were like, "Oh yeah, so how are you preparing for the tour?" And he's like, "Oh, just watering the trees and just doing a bit of work around the farm." Like, he's got a farm. It's like a hobby farm, I think. So he's like, his biggest concern when he's touring is watering the crops and taking care of the livestock. It's what's his name? Phil Knight? I know Knight's in there. She's a lost cause. She's a lost cause. That's really tight in the chassis. And it's got cage nuts. Fucking cage nuts. I'm gonna take. I can't take them out. Can I take them out? Yeah, might be able to. Let's get the cage nut out so they don't rip up the Tolex. It's already been ripped up by a previous tech, so get out the multi-grips. See if we can't remove them. Yep, sweet. Come on, you bugger. It's better. Now it's got just a smooth chassis side that it's rubbing against, not the ridge of a went to say T-nut, cage nut. Alrighty then. What are we playing with here? We've all got vacuum. Got the original LCR, which lasted an ungodly long amount of time and make a liar out of us about how often you're supposed to change caps. Got a rectifier from Sovtech, which looks like it's gotten very hot. Wonder if we've got a shorter rectifier valve, because this has got a standby switch. And it's got a blown fuse. Yeah, this looks like the ones that were made by Marshall. Oh, there's some damage there too. I can actually see there was some damage, and then they fixed it, and then there was more damage. Oh, come on. Why make your fucking chassis so front heavy? Yeah, so this is definitely one of those Marshall built ones, because the oh, fuck, hit my head on the light, because the stickers and everything look just like the Marshall factory stuff from the era. This would be a 90s one, back in the 90s. No, they don't really need to be that big, Rob F, but that's what you come to expect from a AC30. What's that? Lyle's last name. What? You don't know what Lyle's last name is? I have to try that organising my tools thing. Oh, because you're talking about the drawer. I kid about getting shocked, but a JCM 900 showed me not to mess around much. Yeah. DIY bias probe. Yeah, just move away from bias probes, champions. They're a waste of fucking time. And they break. And it's just another step in, like, they just slow you down. You don't want bias probes. Even though I sell them. RJ. Oh, I've just earned 20 Canadian dollars for wearing RJ's t-shirt. I've been meaning to, mate. I put it in the drawer and I keep meaning to put it on, and then I get here and I'm like, oh fuck, forgot it again. It's a perfect fit too. Kyle, yeah, Kyle's his last name. Fuck, that'd be funny if, yeah, if someone's last name is Kyle, call him Lyle. Just buy 4 Flukes. We've already got 4 Flukes. Yeah, but it's a perfect fit. That's me sucking my gut in. When people send me a t-shirt, they tend to send me either like a small or an extra large, and it's like wearing a tent. I'm looking at you, Elaine. That's alright. When I'm feeling like a stoner, in winter with a big hoodie, I just put the big baggy one on like an awkward teenager. Wouldn't mind having a second Fluke. Wes, come on, you've got to have at least 3. It depends if you're diagnosing shit or not. When I'm diagnosing stuff, I'll have 2 monitoring an amp with the alarm set, so if anything shifts, I can run over and see what's going on. And then I'll have maybe another one on the plates there as well, monitoring the plate voltage, because you can have all them sitting there for an intermittent problem, and they go dit. If anything changes, you can run over and just at a glance you can see what they'll say at once, and straight away you know what the problem is, right? And then you've still got a 4th one that you're off troubleshooting the next amp with, or doing just random measurements. But I've usually got like 2 or 3 amps open at any given time, right? And plus a guitar or 2 being rewired, and maybe 1 in the bag for taking home for working on shit and whatever. 470 volts on the plates through your hand. Yeah. Feels weird, doesn't it? There's some guys saying that when they've been shocked, they've almost tasted like a metallic taste in their mouth, but I think that's a physiological reaction to shock, because they said that also Slotin, or whatever his name was, said that during the criticality accident at Los Alamos. They all said they had a metallic taste in their mouth afterwards, but that's different shit entirely, so who knows, that could be true. 1 Fluke and 1 Mastec. Yeah, Mastecs are okay from what I gather. The EEV blog ones, I've been meaning to get one of them and try it out, tear it down and see if Dave's selling fucking dog shit or not. I'd imagine Dave would be selling good stuff, but he is out to make $1 too, so who knows. Yeah, the 1.7 series, just get a 1.75. That's the 1.79, but the only difference between the 1.75, the 1.77 and the 1.79 is the 1.79 has temperature measurement. That's literally, I think, the only difference between the 1.79 and the 1.77. And the 1.77 has a backlight that you'll never use. That's the only thing it's got above the 1.75. So the 1.75's got no temperature measurement and no backlight, but who gives a fuck? You don't use them. I got them because I was using them for cooking meat until I got one of those Weber Q things, whatever they are, the thing that measures the Bluetooth thing. So I've got temp probes and stuff that I used with them before that, and I just literally had the multimeter sitting next to the smoker. They could taste metal because they had a screwdriver in their mouth, and they probably bit the fucking end of it off after that event, to be honest. This ant tastes like burning. Not yet. Probably did though. So yeah, we've blown the HT fuse on this one. So we'll replace that. I reckon. How do we trust this? No, I don't trust this valve. It's fucking it's smoked. Its glass is like brown. So I think we're in for a new 5AR4. Yeah, you can see where the plate's overheated. So I reckon we've had a shorted rectificator. Do we use a dim bulb or variac? I use a variac. Don't have a dim. Don't even own a dim bulb, except for the one above my head. I've been meaning to build one because it's okay for solid state stuff, but the thing is, with solid state stuff, it takes like a microsecond for a transistor to short, and it's already shorted. It doesn't matter what protection or whatever mechanism you've got. By the time the fault's been detected, it's already occurred. So, you know. Tube rectifiers, they do look pretty. I can understand that just using the maximum amount of valves just from the pure prettiness. So, what are we doing? New fuse. $500 milliamp. Slow blow. Who doesn't like a slow blow? Where the fuck are all my fuses? Are they fast? Yeah, they're all fast blow. Sometimes you're in the mood for a fast blow, but in this case we want a slow blow. $500 milliamp, 5x20 mil. It's the first one I found. It's going to be a good day, chaps. So if we're lucky, those EL84s will be alright. Although we all know that AC30s tend to mistreat EL84s, just to put it lightly. We've got Samois. Alright, so if we use the old rectifier valve and it heats up and blows another fuse, we'll know that it's the rectifier valve. If we monitor, just thinking how to do it so we can determine whether or not it's the rectifier or the EL84 being short. Let's ramp it up on the variac. And what I might be able to do, we'll watch the B plus. We'll watch the standby. So if that's got standby, let me have a look at the circuit on this one. So you got 22 microfarad. So this doesn't have excessive filtering like some of the later ones do. Kind of hard to see because it's a double-sided board, so I'm trying to trace it out. You've got the red and you've got the black coming off there. So the black is the HT. No? Okay. So yeah, you've got the yellow is the HT, so that throws you through a bit of a loop because you normally see the yellow wires being the heater in these, the 5 volt. Yeah, pin 4 and pin 6 is the high tension, and that's just been switched via a dual pole dual throw switch. So that is a recipe for dead rectifier valves, because you're smashing them with all the inrush current. Yeah, I'm not fucking using that. That can go away. What does AI mean on there? AI? Where does it say AI? AI doesn't mean fuck all. It's a marketing term. Five AR4. This is ASMR if you've ever heard it. Digging around in a valve box. Can't see shit. Digging around in a box in the dark. Used to be my favourite pastime. Subtech 5AR4. Says AI under Vox. I don't know, it's just a code or some shit. Probably something industry, so I don't know. We have real slow blows over here, mate. Just need to find one. Yeah, you'll have slower blows there because you're only on a pansy 110 volts. Oh, Caldwell does not seem to like Lazy J. You got to read his or watch his Facebook videos on that. They were fantastic. He had one that was built pretty much the same as mine, almost identical, but I think there was some difference to the grounding because he had a lot more issues with the reverb, but he had all the same issues as I had. I think he was in a bit worse of a mood than me when he was working on it though. I've been trying to be less negative across the board. Sometimes people are just, you know, but I getting a lot of people just, they don't like the cut of my jib and they feel like they feel entitled to tell me so. I don't understand that. Why would you go to someone and go, I don't like you? Just fuck off. Like, just go away. One guy berated me in comments because I said the word fuck. I said, hang on, you must be American. And I looked him up. Yep, sure enough. I just wrote back, dude, it's 4 letters. Grow the fuck up. If 4 letters make you upset, then, man, you got to grow up, eh? It's a big, harsh world out there. You've got to put your big boy pants on and deal with it. All right, let's see if I can get the first one. Okay, that's part 2. That's part 1. I hope he doesn't mind me sending everyone over to his Facebook page. It's a good video. I watched it in the midst of lockdown. It was very entertaining. Alright, there we go. Check that out. I think that's part 1. Yeah, if they did that to me in person, yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying all Americans are delicate, but pretty much everyone that's been delicate in the comments so far has been American. I don't know. It's I love Americans. You're fucking legends, but there also seems to be a subset of you that's super easily offended. And you know, I got 95% of yous love it when I swear and act like a dickhead, and 5% of a very loud 5% love to tell me that I'm not worthy of air when I do such things. All right, so yeah, I think they were trying to go for the 6L6s in a deluxe, but you can't do it with a stock transformer, so stop trying. Those are the Karens. Yeah, the Karens. No, I don't think it's woke. It's not woke. Woke is a pejorative term used to disparage people that have sympathy. Whereas that's different. That's just loving complaining. It's not feelings though. It's I think it's misplaced. What am I trying to say? It's like they think they're in a different class or something. I don't know. I'd consider myself, if you're talking about that shit, I guess I'm woke. You know, I care about other people and I try not to make too much of a dent on the planet and whatever. But yeah, anyway, just funny that people can get really offended. I mean, I started doing these videos, I was inspired by AVE, like, so, you know, you get what you get. So I was inspired by a guy that swears like a sailor, and I wanted to do the same thing. But I understand that maybe what I should do, I was thinking about this the other day. Yeah, virtue signaling, that's the one, Eric. Maybe I'll do a membership thing. And if you're a member, it'll be like $3 a month, right? Like just enough to keep the Karens out. My auntie's named Karen, I shouldn't say that. But maybe I'll go like a $3 a month membership. And if you're a member, you get unvarnished Brad, and if you're not a member, you get Brad the business owner talking to you like you're a customer Brad, right? So maybe I'll be a bit more professional, but then I'll be myself on the membership one. Yeah, swearing is a sign of higher intelligence. I've read those studies and it's true. You got less, you know what matters. And swearing doesn't matter. Drill instructors, yeah, they would be masters of it. It's like those Full Metal Jacket memes. Anyway, moving on. So we'll put a new valve in there, new fuses in there. We'll leave the standby on. We'll monitor the output dissipation, and mend it Mark. So Jekyll and Hyde. So is Mend it Mark? I think I've seen a couple of his videos. Is he really polite or something? Okay. So we've had just checking this out. We've had a heckle and jibe. So we've had a screen grid failure, and then see that resistor there? Have I got stabilization enabled on that? I think I have. I try to turn that off because it's annoying and it makes the video drift around. So you can see there's been a screen grid resistor failure, probably from a screen grid failure. They've ripped the pad off, and you got a shit stain under the resistor. And they've put another resistor there. Another, looks like half-watt carbon film. So we'll upgrade them. We'll lift them off the board. We'll go 1K. And your valves will last a lot longer. Mark is super sunny and polite. I'm all good for that, but that's just not my personality. If I try to act like that, I think I'd be fish and vomit out of my teeth. So I'm super appreciative of people that act like that, and I hold nothing against them, and I do enjoy being around them, but it's not my personality. And if I get told by people to act like something I'm not, that's something that really irks me, because I was told that all my school life. You gotta not be who you are. You know, who you are is wrong, and it really shitted me up the wall. And when I realised that they're the ones that were wrong, I thought there's no turning back from that. So when people tell you not to be who you are, you can turn around, you can tell them to go fuck themselves. That person's not worth having in your life. So that's why I ban them off YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Who honestly happens upon an Aussie amp repair channel and expects decorum? I actually wrote that in one of the comments. I said, have you ever hung out with an Australian? No response. So yeah. So at the moment we'll run it with the existing ones, and we'll just take a few measurements. We'll check that it was just that rectifier valve that went nuclear. I'll check those resistors passively first. I've got to pay attention, I'm talking too much. Should be about 100 ohms each. They're all within tolerance so far. Yep. Alright, sweet. So we're all about 98 ohms. So I reckon that failure's occurred earlier. It's been repaired and hasn't failed again since. However, underneath that resistor and the other resistors too is a plane, and that is connected to pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh god, I'm forgetting pin numbers. EL84 pin 5 is a heater, so that's a heater line. So you got the screen grid resistors hugging a heater line, and this one here has actually gone short because you can see it's taken off the solder mask there. Go to Macca's and have a smago. So yeah, having resistors and relying on them, their insulation, that probably occurred. That probably created a HT, or at least screen supply to heater fault, which is another reason why it's a good idea to have heater balance resistors and an artificial center tap with fusible resistors. Because if you've got a grounded center tap, which they do on the heater line, the heater line is essentially 0 ohms to ground, right? And you can deliver HT through that and burn your HT supply out. But this has got a fuse as well. So anyway, long story short, let's stop talking shit and actually test something, eh? Yeah, I understand the need to hold back a little bit. Swear words lose their impact if you use them too often. So everyone's got a mate that's like, fucking nah. It loses its impact. So when you actually want to call on it, there's nothing left in the tank. So you need to use it tastefully. Mains fuse not blown. It's a 2 amper T2A. Happy days. I try to be helpful and offer useful information. If I feel someone is so wrong that I need to dress them down a little, I'll try not to be rude about it. Beyond that, I'll let my sarcasm hang out. Bloody oath. Pick and place, can't put components above board. Why PV uses turrets on droppers? You reckon this was a Panasonic, Ted? Pick and place? I don't know. I don't reckon they were, yeah, I don't know. I reckon they were still hand assembled. Because you got hand wiring and stuff too. It'd be a lot of money to invest in a Panasonic just to, well, unless they're outsourcing them. I guess it is Marshall, so maybe it was. Anyway, it's all just speculation, mate. Let's give it the full mains, eh? Fuck Variax, that's what the fuse is for. Isn't that right, Dad? So everyone send Dad well wishes because he's getting his teeth done. And he's in a bit of pain. He's alright though, I think, at the moment. Got to take bites out of you when he comes back. Set everything midway except for the volumes. Just give it some signal Jenny first. We'll go into the normal channel. Let's attach the meters to the appropriate connections. So you got white there. Just trying to find a convenient place to link these cables to. The eyelets are full of solder, so sometimes the little hooks don't like grabbing on. Damn it. Nah, you bastards. See, they just fly off. No. Gonna have to do some soldering just to get leads on there. I'll just put a bit of bus wire in that turret. Yeah, James, I think there's just a lot of people with a lot to defend when it comes to me looking at their amplifiers. This is why no one would ever send me something to review. I can't blame them. Alright, so I'll just clear that eyelet when it warms up anyway. Fluke takes a while to warm up actually. You warm yet, champ? Come on, hurry up. Can't get in there. I'll have to use a bit of braid. Braid's often a lot easier when you're dealing with stuff that's sort of 90 degrees to the iron. You can get in there a bit easier. It's actually looking at the lead dress and the wire and everything in the output stage. You could be fooled for thinking you're looking at a 2203 if you disregarded the sizes of the sockets. The lead dress and everything looks very similar to Marshall. I made a little hook that we'll put in the B plus thing. I'll just pop this little spaghetti tossed in a steel box. The lead dress in this is actually alright. This is kind of what you're going for. Keep your triodes grouped. Keep things close to the chassis. Away from the heater lines. Maybe fly your grids to keep away from stuff. It's pretty textbook sort of lead dress on this one. Whilst coffee cup refills itself. It's like a computer game. No, it refills itself whenever Nikki walks in the room. Funny how that works. Alright, so now we've got somewhere we can actually put our leads on. I've got eyelets that aren't filled with solder. So I can clip them on there. Oh, I'm going the wrong way around. It'll just give us negative voltages. Everything's relative, it doesn't matter, but just for my own OCD, I'll put the negatives on the lower voltage end. That's better. So we'll note down you can watch the voltage run away as it catches fire. Whoop. About 55 ohms, give or take, 56. I may as well put one just for your viewing pleasure. I'll fit one to the high tension B plus, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so it's been a pretty big week for videos. Pumping them out. There's a bit of a lull because I need to catch up. I've been spending like six to 8 hours a day editing videos and finishing at like midnight. It's a bit of a grind, to be honest. I've had enough for a little while, so might go a little bit quiet, but we'll probably have some little tidbits here and there, maybe some guitar-oriented stuff coming up soon. 3.8 volts sitting there, residual. Because I need to catch up, champions. Everyone's on my back for their repairs. When is it ready? When is it ready? Has it been done yet? Is it done? So, yeah, I need to catch up a bit. I've done that 99% of that Mandalira from 1898 or whatever. Just shellacking it, French polishing it at the moment. I don't like doing a lot of videos on really detailed luthier stuff because there's a million opinions, and the thing is, you watch how to reset a bridge. You watch 4 different blokes do it, you get 4 different methods, and everyone is, you know, everyone in comments will be like, you're doing it wrong, but then the next bloke that does it how he wants it done, oh, you're doing it wrong, so with electronics it's a bit more clear cut what's right and what's wrong because you can do measurements and stuff, but a bit hesitant to show how to reset a neck or whatever because people say, oh, you should use hide glue, no, you should use aliphatic resin, no, you should use fucking epoxy, no, yes. Maybe I should just put it up and just any engagement's good engagement. Must be getting close to your first $1 million. What? I make about $3 a day, mate. You really think Google's going to give like money to people for doing things? Get real. No, I'll never have anything go viral or anything. Everything's going to be a hard slog the whole way. That's always the way. Nothing's ever easy. Watch this blow up. Oh, still on ohms. voltage dropping as the valve heats up, because the outputs are heating up now, the rectifier's heating up. 100, drawing 100 watts, 112 watts, and rising. 100, so we've stabilised at 120. We're sitting at 350 on the plates, 122 watts, 123 watts on the input, 3.9, 3.8, 4 volts. So hovering around 350 with 4 volts on the plates and no blown fuse. 124 watts input. Right, 4.1, so what's that? It was about 60 ohms, wasn't it? No, 55. 124, sorry. 4.2. 56. 75 milliamps per side. 375 times, say, where's the cathode resistors? It's got one per side, is it? Let's say 340. 12 watts. So it's running around 100 and, well, what was that? 110? About 106%. So it's about what you want. Getting millionaire vibes. Mate, if being a millionaire was measured in 0.68 microfarad caps, I would be a millionaire. So, what I might do, I think I know enough on this to do a quote, but let's have a quick listen. I don't know anyone other than like the review channels. Like, I don't know any techs that really have. I guess, what's Uncle Doug got? He's got like 100,000 or something subscribers. Any recommendations on French polish? One of my buddies gave me an acoustic with severe finish failure. A Tacoma Dreadnought, would that be French polish though? Type bond is perfectly fine for neck resets. Yeah. Type bond's exactly kind of the only glue you want to use for that. You could use hide if you want, but Type bond 1 is what I use for that. But just like binding, just figuring out what binding glue to use is like, one guy's like, oh, absolutely, you've got to use Type bond 2, and then the next person's like, that doesn't work, you got to use acetone, and then the next person's like, acetone doesn't work, you got to use epoxy, and then they're like, epoxy doesn't work, you got to use cyanoacrylate, and then the next person's like, no, you got to use hide glue. Oh, fucking hell, really? So yeah, real job. Yeah. To be honest, we're still only just breaking even here because we're still getting new product ranges in the shop and whatever. As soon as I stop buying shit, we'll probably start making a profit, but that hasn't happened in the last 3 years, so. It was poly. Oh, okay, right, so you're taking it back to do it from raw. If you're going to do it by hand, I mean, I'm not a fan of shellac, so French polishing. Just because it's really sensitive to things like, you get it wet and it, you know, it will haze. Like, it's a polish of yesteryear. The only reason you'd use it is for historical purposes, which is why I use it, or to coat the outside of a tweed amp. So yeah, I don't really like shellac. The good thing about shellac is it's an intermediary coat, so it sticks to pretty much everything, and pretty much everything sticks to it. So if you've got some annoying paint, like something oil-based or something, and you don't want to strip it back, but you want to give it a coat on top, you can sand it and give it a coat of shellac, the shellac's guaranteed to stick to it. And then on the top of shellac, you can put poly or whatever, and it'll stick to that. So it's good for that. Popularity and celebrity are overrated. Yeah, just at the tiny level that I'm at, like what 6,000, approaching 6,000 subs, you get emails all day asking you for free info and stuff, and like paragraphs and paragraphs of a story, and then no clear question, and then at the end it's just like, what do you think? And I don't know. Can you sum it up in a sentence? I haven't got time. And you feel bad, but you can't answer them, eh? Because like, for starters, like often they're asking a question that you can tell by the way they're phrasing stuff they might not understand your answer. So I tried to forward them to an article which clarifies it a bit better, and they can read that. Fortunately, I've got a pretty big catalogue of that kind of stuff. Use shellac as a sanding sealer. Yeah, it's good for that. It doesn't fill the grain much though. Only thing better than rich and famous is rich. Yeah, well, why do you think they're super rich? No one knows who they are. Like, some of the richest people on the planet, no one's ever heard of them. There's a fucking reason for that. Alright, let's have a listen. I've got the Signal Genie plugged in still. We'll just give it a quick run. Okay. Am I plugged into the wrong... Oh, fuck, I'm plugged into the foot switch. Oops. Alright, we're good. A little bit of hum there. I saw a black and red cable going to the friggin' thing, and it's the bloody foot switch. Oh, we didn't blow it up. That input works. That input works. Vibe and trem works. Vibe and trem works. Brilliant. Pot's a bit choppy, but it works. Going to the brilliant. Just turn off the mic, 1 sec. Alright, so I've got a bit of, quite a bit of buzz there, but I think it's this light. Nope. This light? Nope. Right, so it's not affected by shielding at all. That's with the volume maxed. Got a real buzz to it though. There's a little bit of crackling happening. The vibe trem channel's quiet. Brilliant channel's got a bit of crackling. Probably a preamp valve. It's got a regular pattern to it though, so I think that's noise. Check that out. Goes away. That's interesting. Seems to be most affected when the electric field's changing. Yeah, that's just noise. As for that buzz, not sure. It doesn't seem to be affected by adding some shielding. So that could be resolved by artificial center tapping, perhaps, or just checking out the grounding. So we'll factor in a new rectifier valve, new fuse. We'll do the screen grid resistors. Sounds like and looks like the output valves are okay. Turning back the screen grids will help with that, and maybe a little bit of effort towards fixing up that grounding. So yeah, I think we know what we need to do for that one. So I'll write some notes and then we'll move on to the next one. Now I'll make a note to the customer not to use a standby switch in this one, because that's probably what led to the initial failure. It's tempting to just hardwire it, but I don't like taking the, like being that insistent to the customer. Seems a little bit rude. So I'll just let him know that the reason it failed is because it's not really designed to, well, it's designed to have a standby switch, but it's not designed to not blow itself up as a result of using that standby switch. Oh, g'day Lyle, how you going, champ? I thought this was starting at 3 my time. Knee deep in a Marshall. Fuck. Must be a pretty big Marshall. What are you hiding in the cabinet? Yeah, it's a bit of a buzzkill. Looking for some good book recommendations for tube amp troubleshooting. You don't necessarily need a book. Have a look at Rob Robinette's page. He's got a troubleshooting section. And you don't need to buy a book, mate. There's a lot of books about tube amp design, and if you read them and understand them, that'll help you troubleshoot. But one's for just troubleshooting. So troubleshooting, there's no real cheat codes on life. Switching the AC, HT. Oh, okay. Right, so switching the... Yeah. I thought... Oh, yeah, hang on. That's before the fucking... Yeah, I'm looking at the thing thinking it's the output. Yeah, so this one's okay. So... It's had a shorter rectifier. Sorry, just bring you up to speed, Lyle. That rectifier's glass is smoky as, and had a blown HT fuse. Actually, the the mica washer on that's all distorted too. So this thing's gotten very hot, I think. Yeah, so it's switching the AC, not the DC. If the switch was on the DC output before the filter caps, that's when the rectifier fucks up. So it's just a spontaneous rectifier failure. Yeah, it depends on the amp. Sometimes you should use a standby switch, like Marshalls and stuff. I wrote it out as an auto response, but I think that's on the home computer, because people ask about it so often. I've literally saved a canned response to the question about, you know, what cases you want to use it in. I don't have a list of models or anything like that, but essentially, if you've got capacitors rated below the unloaded HT supply, you have the potential to damage them unless you use the standby switch. Check they didn't take B plus off pin 2. Some of the TVXs. Why the recto wrong? Pin 2? What? Yeah, it's taken off pin 2. What am I looking at? Pin 2. Yeah. Oh, so it's going through the winding. Ah, gotcha. So pin 8's the one you want to take it off. Because now you've got the winding of the transformer being in line with the HT. So rewire that as well. Merlin's stuff's great, yeah. Yeah, for understanding the circuits, not so much just straight up troubleshooting. That's probably what killed it. AC30 6TB. Actually, I've got the next one's an AC30 as well, so I better write down the customer's name on that one. Careful not to dox them in the process. AC30 black. Milliamp fuse. Yeah. Troubleshooting. Just watch videos. Yeah, there's so many different amps. It's like you can learn the principles, but the best thing about Lyle's channel and before that his Facebook page is you can search the model and the problems with that model. Because yeah, knowing the foundations is one thing, but knowing the model specific issues gives you a running start at solving each problem. Screen resistor, investigate buzz. Alright, go on to the next AC30. I wonder why they chose the X for the Celestians. All the X's are Celestian. X-rated. Alright, what do we got here? AC30H2. This is the part where Lyle just tells me all the problems off the top of his head. AC30H2. What's the symptom of this one? Alright, Non-X's greenbacks, yeah. That's a supersonic, that's done. Bogner Helios 50, high watt DR103. I've got some good amps for you today, champions. We'll do a big long one. JCM 2000 DSL 50. How come I haven't got a job sheet for this one? Line 6 Helix op amp replacement, that's done. That's actually the thumbnail for this episode. That is a 5 volt regulator, minus 5 volt regulator out of a line 6. Did this get booked in with a guitar? Where's the guitar job sheets? Hope it got booked in. Hope we got a bench fee. I think that was booked in by Michelle. So if there's no job sheet, she'll get a spanking. Problem is, she kind of likes that, so... What was this bloke's name? Yep. Maybe I'll put it through on the spot. I must have. Let's have a look at. Let's have a look at Zero. Do you do a supersonic earlier on the feed? Yes. Yeah, log in, fucking blah blah. Okay, so I booked it in, but I haven't put notes down. Fuck's sake. Hang on, I didn't book it in. Michelle booked that in. So she hasn't taken notes. Damn you, woman. So there's a Marshall and a Vox. A Marshall what? Should we give her a ring? Let's give her a ring. Hey, I got 2 amps here, a Vox and a Marshall. Yeah. You booked them in. Did you take down what was wrong with them?
Yeah, they're the ones that they covered. They've got a name on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a sheet. That's the one where which is the Vox is the smaller one.
The Vox is the big one.
Vox is the big, yeah. The Vox is the one where he smashed the guitar over it.
Oh, he smashed the amp with a guitar. Okay, so he just wants me to check it. He didn't say there was a specific fault.
Well, I don't think it was working since he smashed it.
It wasn't working since he smashed it. Okay.
I did write a piece of paper out for him with his notes.
Okay, I can't find it.
I left it on the bench that day when last week after I left. He's the one from Park.
Alright, so the Vox, he smashed his, was it the Telecaster?
Yeah, the telly.
It's very important what guitar he smashed his amp with.
Yeah. It wasn't a real telly, it was a pizza telly.
And I can tell his telly's blue because it's left paint on the amp.
Okay. Yeah, there's white with sugar in his face.
Fantastic. Okay, what about the Marshall?
And the next day he woke up and he cried.
Yeah, I bet he did. So the next one, the Marshall.
It's over.
Sorry?
A service and a check over.
Service. Okay, no worries. Thank you.
So give him a call if you've got questions.
Okay, bye. Alright, so the story champions is this bloke had a fight with his missus and smashed the amp, smashed his guitar into the amp, and it hasn't worked since. And you can tell that his guitar's blue because it's left paint on the amp. Alrighty, AC30H2. Doesn't look like he's hit the control panel, he's just hit the front edge of the cabinet. So he might be in luck. But for it to stop working, something funny must happen. It does have an EF86 according to the control panel, so they're pretty delicate valves. Check the speaker connection. Looks good. Could be a coincidence too, so we'll try not to put too much weight into the fact that it maybe got damaged then, because there could just be a completely unrelated fault, which happens quite often. 12 ohms on the speakers, so they're not blown up. That's good. It's got an EF86 on a little suspension platform to try and minimise the microphonics. Alright, I think we're free. Slide this bad boy out. Maybe not. No, there's more screws in the side. Is there? No, they're into the cleat. Couple of screws from underneath maybe. I need my torch, hang on. What the hell is holding this thing in place? There's like nothing fixing it, but she ain't budging. No screws there. What the hell? There's literally nothing holding it. She's not coming out. Oh no, those screws do go into the chassis. They're just a mile long. They're like 100mm screws. Okay. I thought they were just the cleat screws. So yeah, sorry, while I'm doing this, I'll fill you in with some other random chat. Going to Melbourne tomorrow. Jumping on a plane at around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock, yeah. And going to see, one of my mates is obsessed with the band called Sunk Lotto. I don't know why they pronounce it Lotto, it's sort of like a Loto, because it's L-O-T-O. A band from the 90s, 2000s. Interesting. So yeah, we're going to see them because he couldn't get tickets to the Sydney show, so he's got tickets to the Melbourne show, and now we've all got to go to Melbourne. But we're making a weekend out of it, getting up to no good in Melbourne, and hopefully catching up with Jason Tong from Headfirst Amplification, and maybe Alex Catlow if you can make it. Just go for a beer on Saturday because we're there Friday and Saturday night. Friday night's the gig. Saturday night we're just up to our own devices. So if I can keep my mates under control for long enough, we'll catch up with those boys. Say good day and have a beer. I haven't met them in person yet, so that'll be good. Alrighty, so let's have a look. Here she is. Got your EF86 down there. And it's got a little suspension board. However, the valve's so loose in the socket, I don't think that little suspension board's doing much. And it's so tight on it that it may as well not even be there. That's not suspending fuck all. It's just as tight as if you screwed it directly. But yeah, it's a fake turret thing. So they're on circuit boards, but they're still turrets. That's not great because you melt the turret, you probably melt the solder connections underneath. If they're not riveted properly, you got another dry solder joint. I get the principle behind it, but I suppose it depends how turreted they are. And looking at that, they appear to be above the board a bit, but I don't know, they're weird turrets. It's like this, they've got a countersunk bottom on them. That's strange. But no obvious damage. However, notice these caps. They're Evacco branded. Now, Evacco is a company in Queensland that imports stuff, I think mainly through CE distribution, and then they've got a retail outlet here. Well, not retail like bricks and mortar, but they've got a warehouse and it's on online sales. And they've got their own brand of caps. Now, I tried to get out of them a while back who makes them, and all I got back was they're really good. I said, can I have a data sheet, please? And they said, they're really good. I'm like, okay. So I just bought a couple and put them in my amps just to test them before using them because they are pretty cheap. And they haven't failed yet. They've performed really well. So I don't know who makes them, but it would be nice to know that. But I think they're trying to protect their product and not have me make them as well or some shit. I don't know. Why can't you just tell me who makes your caps? I want to buy them, but I'm not going to buy them until I know who makes them and I can get a data sheet. Anyway, we've got a Hammond output transformer there. So something might have gone bang at some point. We've got a 1750V made in Canada, eh? We've got a, looks like the original 5AR4. No branding on it. Brown base. Got Electro Harmonix EL84s with their writing cooked off the inner two. Pretty common. They've been running very hot as these amps do. So let's take the power amp section cover off. Flight's pretty cheap around there. Oh, not heaps cheap, but It's not exactly the other side of the country. We're just going to Melbourne. That's only an hour flight away. It's about 1,000 k's, 900 and something k's. Yeah, I didn't say it was a sound economical decision. My mate's he's booked the flights and booked the tickets to the gig, and yeah, we're good to go. And then he admitted to me he hasn't told his missus yet. He's got 2 kids, and just like, yeah, we're going. Oh, hang on, I should probably tell the missus. He wonders why he gets in trouble. Oh, mercy. We've got 2 Evatco caps there too. And hard to tell if the bypass cap's original or not, because it's face down. But no scabbiness as of yet. Fuses look intact on everywhere, yep. So there's every chance that he's fucked his guitar, not the amp. But we'll soon find out. Let's check the mains fuse. Now, it does have some damage around the mains fuse. Little catch that you got to open it. So it does have a new output transformer too, so something's probably gone short circuit in the past, and someone's been digging around to get this fuse out, but we'll check it out. Yeah, maybe CE distribution, just do it. Do the silk screening thing. The fucking, what am I trying to say? Heat shrinky thing. Okay. Fuckwit confirmed. Someone's put a 10 amp fuse in here. Fuck me. So yeah, don't know if that's a previous tech, but it's a dumb thing to do. Really, do not put 10 amp fuses in your amps. So who knows what's wrong with this thing now then? Because if something went wrong with it, and there's a 10 amp fuse in it, things are going to just burn. So let's put the proper 2 amp in there. Time delay. If that was the previous tech, that's really bad form. If it's a customer, then it's still bad form, but at least they don't know any better. Two amp. I did order pigtail fuses. Sweet. T2A. I know it's hard to stock the right fuses. They are like $3 for 10 of them or something, so yeah, sometimes people put a big fuse in there and everything just happens to be right, but if something does go wrong, there's nothing there to stop it from catching fire. Oh yeah, Bought some sprays from CE and one had the plastic sleeve reversed. How do they... luckily I spotted the rubber bung, yeah. Good find there, Alan. Yeah, you may as well hardwire it to the mains with a 10 amp fuse in there. At least it's 10 amp, so... Anyway... These are fun because all the wiring's grey. Kind of annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So does this standby switch turn the screens on and off? Let's see if I can find the schematic for this. God, I'm getting really hungry again. This is the curse of waking up early. You feel like lunch at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Actually do have a schematic. Wow. I don't know why they tweak so much stuff with the Voxes over the years. Like, you think you get it right and then just keep making that, wouldn't you? But every year they played with stuff. It was 6 AM when I started the stream. Magisterium guitars. Oh, that's a triode pentode switch. Okay, right. Ah, so it doesn't have a standby. Good. Oh, shit. So yeah, thought I was looking at the standby switch because it's next to the power, but it's a triode pentode. That's why it's going to the screens. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's what we were talking about before. It takes HT from pin 8 instead of pin 2, because when it's pin 2, it's got to go through the filament itself, because that's where your plate is. Goes through the filament and the transformer winding if you take it from pin 2. So that is a lot of load across that filament. That's probably why the rectifier failed on the other one. 15 Henry choke. You've got 220 ohm heater balance resistors. We'll just check them. Where's my multimeter? Where's my multimeter? He says with 3 multimeters on the bench. I need my 4th one. Yeah. So we should measure about half that. Yeah, 110. So they're good. Check the ground lift network. 10 ohms. That's good. Just check the continuity of our fuses as well as they visually look okay. Check the screen grids. 219, 217, 216. Bit of flux on there. 216. 60 ohm. So that is normally 120 ohm and there's 2 in parallel. Is it? Okay, it's got a relay there that's not populated in this model. Sorry, this is just me sussing the amp out in general while I'm talking to you. So it's got one cathode bypass cap, and it's got two cathode resistors, but they're not both connected to ground. One goes to what would normally be a relay, but in this case there is no relay, and that is jump it out. So there was probably at some point some switching to change the bias point, like hot, cold, etc. Not fitted. So yeah, I don't know if that was a feature that they disabled on some. Not fitted. Link pins 11 and 13. 11 and 13. And 4 and 6. If we look at the amp. You can see them jump it out there. So I don't know if it was some feature that they abandoned in production. But point being, we've got about 60 ohms on the cathodes. Pony boy, you focus like a dream. There we go. Is it focus still? No, a bit out. You've got to play with its zoom to get it to focus. So, I don't know what we're going to do other than fire it up and have a bit of a test, see what happens. Is that a resistor in series with the HT? Yeah, it is. 220 ohm. Sorry, 22 ohm. 22 ohm 10 watt before even the plate supply. So is that an attempt to drop the voltage a bit? There's no quoted voltages there, so I have to fire it up and measure it. You can see there R110. It's a 10 watt 22 ohm on the HT before even the center tap of the output transformer, and then you got your screen choke there. Filtering 22 microfarad, 22 microfarad. Alright, let's fire it up and see what happens. Just see where I can connect stuff to again. Straight to that resistor. Right, so that's the center tap side, that's the supply side. Sorry, legends, just seeing where everything goes. Those first MiG-50s have a 12240 switch in them. I had that little bugger replaced with a Switchcraft. What a mess that thing was. Red and blue. Okay, so it's pulling from the red. 22 ohm. What? This doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, no, that's right. It's just got the color codes wrong on the schematic. Alright. Got about 1 million leads to connect to like one place. They're gonna fall off. Again, I'll just clear the eyelets a bit so I can fit a lead on there. Feels like lead-free solder. Thought it would have been before that. Maybe not. Suck, you fuck. Ugh, lead free. I hate the shit. Just turns to cheese when you heat it, eh? It requires a higher melting point which melts insulation more readily. It's a real pain in the ass. It blocks your solder tips. You name it. Alright, I think we're good. We can get a lead on that now. It's got another wire pissing off to the switch up the front for the triode pentode, because it's such a useful feature. Hello? Why for you no measure things? That's another thing manufacturers should do for techs. Put test points on your boards. Put a nice big eyelet where you need to get a lead on. We love you forever. Get off your phone, Lyle. You're driving. It's unsafe. Everyone tell Lyle to get off his phone. Pay attention to the road, buddy. Fire it up sometimes is accurate, yeah. Fuck, I've got to open the shop again. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about making t-shirts with like catchphrases on them, because you've already got AVE with focus, you fuck. Of those t-shirts. Just have a he's got I think he had it like a fuzzy. Oh, you just parked, arsehole. Whose arsehole did you park? It's not a. Is it illegal to text and drive over there? Or like use your phone at all? Like even touch the fucking thing? Over here that's like highly illegal. You can lose points off your license and like actual cash fines for it. From what I gather though, it seems to be less illegal over there. Right, speaker. I've got a 16 ohmer under the bench. Celestian fucking whatever. Extension, external. See, this always, with this one, it's got 3 speaker jacks. One there, extension, and external. Like, stop trying to confuse people. It's illegal there. Okay. Oh, but hang on. America's like 50 different countries, eh? So it could be illegal there and then not in the next state. Is that right? Illegal in US and Canada. Okay. In US, you can masturbate. You can masturbate while driving, but it has to be hands free. What? As it should be. If someone is not on their phone, they are over 70. You say that, but every time I walk in, like mum and dad, they're both on the phone. Dad's laughing at memes and mum's playing crossword or something. So, and they're over 70. Volume down, cut midway, pentode mode. It's go time. The 2 amp fuse, let's see what happens. 85 watts, 65 watts coming down. Oops, still on resistance measurement again, but the voltage hasn't started rising yet. Now it's going up. Up we go. 47, 48, 50, 52, 57. So 60, 70. Alright, now we're starting to see some current. 80, 87, 90, 93, 95. We're approaching 100 watts. So the output stage is functioning. And you can see the drop across the primary there. 103 watts we've stabilised that. So let's have a listen. We've got signal. We've got signal. 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 So I reckon he's fucked his guitar. He's smashed it and something's broken on the guitar. But we'll still give it a service anyway because he wanted that anyway. You know what? This is the first EF86 amplifier I've ever played through. I don't think I've ever had an EF86 in my whole shop, ever. How lame is that? Alright, so we've got triode pentode switch. Is it going to be life-changing? So I think we need to clean that switch or replace it. So that was pentode mode. Now we'll try triode mode. Back to pentode, obviously higher gain. That song's called Back on the Hard Drugs. Back on the hard drink. back on the women who bring me down. Yeah, pentode mode is very nice. Actually, let's test that for microphonics. Would help if the socket was a bit higher quality. That's the volume maxed out in pentode mode. It's not too bad. It is a combo though. You can hear it's got a bit going on, but I've heard worse 1287s. But yeah, when the speaker's cooking right behind it, who knows? Yeah, the speakers will be having a blast. They're having fun. They're rocking out along with me. So we're a little bit out of balance. They're like 4.4 and 5.6 volts. I think one of the valves is maybe not super happy. Output operation. No. So I'm in pentode output mode. Yeah, it's pentode output mode. I was in triad pentode switch on the preamp. Just like yours, mate. Doesn't the I'm going to say Excelsior. Doesn't the Excalibur have a triad pentode switch on the preamp as well? Or at least one version of it. So yeah, I think he's possibly nothing wrong with this other than needing a service, bit of a clean. Into the channel 2, they just call it channel 2. That is a very bright amp. I've just been talking. All right, let's yeah, there's a bit of oscillation there when I was switching between pickups, but I'm also right in front of the output transformer too with the pickups. So that's for the second there. It's probably not the greatest quality pickup switch for a sec there when it's not connected to anything. Seems to be the middle pickup's more sensitive to it. It's just feeding back because it's close to everything. The speaker cable's passing right in front of the guitar, etc, etc. So let's set everything at 12 o'clock and we'll have a listen. We'll set the channel 1, we'll set to pentode mode, we'll crank the gain up until we get some output break up, and then we'll flick over to triad mode and see if it's as bad as Lyle says. Just turn the mic off for a sec. So there you go. There's obvious level difference, and there was more hum in the triode mode. But I don't think it sounded that terrible. It's less bright, less crispy, crunchy, whatever insert guitarist term here. I definitely prefer the sound of EL84's overdriving in pentode mode, but I don't think it was as terrible as everyone makes out. Just seems a bit silly for the sake of 3 dB difference, having that option. So I think it's had a recap. It's had a new output transformer for some reason. We'll leave that 2 amp fuse in there, and we'll just call that a service. I'll swap some of those valves around and see if that slightly higher current follows the valve or one of the valves. And we've got 220 ohms on the screens, but I might suggest that we change them to 1K as well. I know, broken record. 220 is better than 100 ohm, but 1K is better than 220. So I love this. Well, we've got sane core transformers, so that's good. We don't have the sane core. It sounds like a metal subgenre. Yeah, I mainly listen to sane core, like sane core bands. How you going, Alex? What's going on, champ? So I'm built a little forest of cabinets around me at the moment, so let's clear some of them out. Today I might just make a few phone estimates just to get some shit done. And if they approve them, I'll just fucking shoot ahead today and get them done. Because getting towards the end of the year, there's no time to fuck around anymore. I've got like, I don't know, at any given time there's like 100 jobs in the queue. And some of them are like multiple days worth of work. Some of them are like 2 hours worth of work. But some of them are, yeah, open-ended time scale kind of deals. I've got a Yamaha P95 I've got to order parts for before they're cut off for the end of the year. It's just it's a mad panic rush this time of year, because if you don't order shit before basically the whole logistics network shuts down, because everyone orders fucking stupid shit off Temu and fucking Amazon and shit. So basically nothing happens for any industry that relies on shipping for like 2 months until it recovers. So everything that I need to order, I've got to get ordered like fucking now, like today. Otherwise it won't happen for the rest of the year. What's today? Today's the 16th. Today is the cut-off date from my postage company of shit that, like, I literally got an email yesterday and said, if you want stuff to arrive before Christmas, the 16th of November is cut off. So, like, I could probably send something tomorrow and it won't arrive till January, and I'm talking, like, from here to Melbourne. So that's the kind of shit that we have to deal with in this country. Alright, it's got a cover, I can't forget that. That's the Supersonic. The Supersonic looks older than both those Voxes, but it's like the youngest of them all. It's had a rough life. What do we want to do next? Marshall? Yeah. British Day today, isn't it? Vox, Marshall, got a high watt coming up. So this one's just in for a service. Ooh, I spy mods. Alright, I've got to open the shop. It's 9:05. Oh, no, it's 8:59. My computer's fast. Well, the clock is anyway. The computer itself's a slow thing. A bit of fresh air. It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. December 14th. Mate, yeah, it must have been international shipping then, Alex. Oh, yeah, actually, I remember 16th of December being domestic, and I think 16th of November for international. It's a Marshall, mate. Isn't modded another name for stock? Well, it's only a reissue, so they weren't committing blasphemy, so that's something. See you, Daniel. Take it easy, man. Okay, so they've popped out two of the EL34s. Running it is 50 watt. Tube amp doctor. Oh, that valve shield wasn't on. It's got tube amp doctor everything. JJ's in V1. Two Taddies. They look like Svetlana. Tube amp doctor don't make tubes. They just rebadge them and test them. Tube amp doctor. Capacitors all around. Oh fuck! I'm zoomed out. In. Alright, number 3 Phillips. The aircon's not doing much, it's already getting hot in here. So this one's just a service. So if all is well, I'll just do that. But it's got mods, so I want to investigate them first. Alright, so someone has done pretty much what I'd do. A few little red flags, but nothing too major. They've a major issue with the function of the conjunction. The heater balance circuit in these has been addressed. A little bit messily, but functionally probably fine. So these love to blow up that trim pot down there, the blue one. Normally it's got 2 heater balance resistors across here, and that trim pot loves to go short circuit. So someone's put in another trim pot above it, bypass this one, and put 2 fusible resistors in there. I don't worry about that. Generally, I'll just put them straight to here. So it's the artificial center tap. Sorry for the heaters. Did I say that? I don't know. And it's got an extra 12AX7 over here in the front end. And then it's got a gain pull on, so I guess that turns it in. Master what? Okay, so master volume and then pull diodes, so it's must have diode clipping. Yeah. It's got germaniums. Why would you put 3 germaniums in series and then parallel? Aren't you defeating the purpose of a germanium by having 3 in series? Anyway, it's got silver mica. Silver mica caps here, which are the SM brand, the horrible SM brand, so they often go short circuit and noisy. And look like Zircon carbon films for the plate loads. And metal film down there. Is that supply dropper, a 10K. And it's local filtering as well. Tube amp doctor there as well. So whoever did this knew what they were doing. There's probably no issues with it. There's no reported issues, just in for a check and service. But I just wanted to cast an eye across those mods. If the owner's happy with them, we'll leave them as is and just do a service. BB made. Got to go grade fret jobs. What, like judge them? See you, BB. Take it easy, champ. So overall, no horror stories in here. That's a plus. Might clean up this area a little bit. It's just tack solders and stuff. The main reason I do this heater mod is to get rid of any trim pots because they're not rated. Well, essentially, you've got a cathode follower in this amp. If you ever do have a Russian-made valve that goes short for a heater to cathode fault, then all of a sudden you got HT across this little pot, and what does it do? It catches fire. That's what often happens to these. This whole area burns. When you use carbon film versus metal film, I kind of don't, to be honest. I prefer metal film. People say they sound sterile or whatever, but I don't know. I haven't really been able to tell. Maybe I'm just deaf. Carbon film, generally people use them in the signal path, and then metal film in the power supply. Or in very high gain amps where noise is an issue. You want to keep the noise as low as possible. Sorry, I just realised I've probably got wind on the mic because I took the wind little foam filter off it. Just crank the aircon up a bit. It's getting hot in here. Since it's hot, I might make a cup of tea. Isn't that smart? Wake up, computer. Oh, it's doing the thing where it doesn't want to start, so you got to restart it. Great. I was doing that about 2 weeks after I bought it too. Just does it like once every month. This is the office computer I'm talking about. Alright, I think that one's just a service. Let's give it a sound test though. Won't bother attaching the meters, I'll just check the power from the wall. Check the fuse rating first, obviously. Ah! Jace, he smelled a modded Marshall and here he is. 3.15. It's alright. This mains fuse is good. And the correct rating. HT fuse should be 1 amp. And it is. Time delay. All the cool cats are here. Ordered a bunch of half-watt carbon film since the basement schematics say to use half-watt. Modern resistors are tiny. Yeah. The 1 watt metal films that I use, they're the size of a 1/4 watt carbon film. Like this here. This here is a failure to communicate. Alright, 2 330k resistors. So that one's a 2 watt. And that one is a 1 watt. If it looks like a 1/4 watt. And here's a metal film 1/4 watt as well. That's the sort of Zecon style. And then there's a who knows what carbon film 1/8 watt. Anyway, boring. Just gonna put some background music on, hang on. Oh jeez, don't you love Windows when it gives you the tips in the morning on the screensaver? Toucan's oversized colourful bill makes it one of the most celebrated birds in the Americas. Like I don't give a fuck. Just... And God, I'm sick of Windows reinstalling Edge. No one likes Edge, man. Get over it. Ah, it's that song I posted in YouTube. Difference of opinion the other day. Yeah, Microsoft, give up on Edge. It's a pile of shit. I'm in New Zealand. Do you ever see any Holden Wasp, Gun and Jansen amps coming in? I've seen Wasp. Haven't seen Gun or Jansen, no. I saw Panther, which someone said was New Zealand, but it looks too much like a Vatus. I think it's a Vatus Vatus. I don't know, however you say it. Speaker plugged in. Push the pull pots in. Loudness. We'll set everything at 12 o'clock. Set the master down. Pull for diodes. We'll leave that in. Oh, switch is loose. Well, that's a bit shite, isn't it? Let's tighten that up. That gives me the arsehole. I can't have the arsehole now, can I, boys? Pro Windows tip, buy a Mac. Sorry, mate, you're going to have to donate a bit more to my channel before I can afford one of them. So we'll put a lock washer on that, because that's a bit shit. That's probably why it's come loose. For now, I'll just do them up, so they're not rocking around. Tell you what, if I get $100 on every stream that I do for the next 12 months, I'll buy a Mac next year. Hackintosh, fuck that. That's like the worst of both worlds. What do you got with Mac? Okay, you just plug it in and everything just works. What do you got with PC? Well, you got affordability and versatility. And you can access all the settings, etc., etc., for customization. Sweet. What do you got with Hackintosh? You got neither. It's like the Linux users. Linux can like, oh, okay, I want a new font. All right, well, I've got to install a new package, an update. I've got to know how to type it into like the command line to download it, and sudo this, and fucking 3 hours later, you've got a new font package. I played with Linux for years. I thought if this works, this would be fantastic, but it just doesn't work. Bang. 39 watts. Settling down to 36. Oh, because you only got two EL34s. That's why. There's less heater current. 99. It's 99 cents. Thank you, Lyle. It's halfway there. I've got a MacBook here which I was going to repair. A customer gave it to me. It's like a 2013. I was going to repair that. I thought that would be pretty funny to try and do on stream. Just like cram on Lewis Rossman's channel to fix his 2013 MacBook. $1 for Jim. Thanks, thanks, Jim. Windows 11 isn't that bad, actually. I'm thinking about converting over all my Mac stuff. Really? Haven't used Windows 11 yet. It's not 1990, a lot simpler now. It's not, though. Every time I give Linux, it should be Linux because it's named after Linus. It's not Linus. So Linux, about every 5 years, I give it another go, and I just go, oh, fuck that. Like, oh, you want to use a sound card? Oh shit, you've got to find a driver that will work, and install this one, and put a edition in, and then you got to compile it yourself to suit. Fuck that. Output stage conducting. Happy days. Let's have a listen. Okay, well, a few things. Another modder. not really knowing what they're doing. So the diode clipping appears to be at a later stage because when you pull it out, it caps the output to a very quiet level. And the master still works, but the diode clipping must be after the master. So, yeah. So you click the diode clipping in and it's limited to like 1 watt. Yeah, it's very fizzy. And oscillating like fuck. So, I'm just looking quickly now. So you pull that out, gain pull, so it introduces another stage when it's pulled. It goes to there, then it comes through the switch, goes through another stage. So V1, let's say the first. Oh, okay, hang on. Let me just fucking trace this out of my brain before I keep speaking. So it comes out, goes to V. Let's call it V minus 1. It comes out of V minus 1. V minus 1B, I might add. And then that goes straight to V. It goes straight. It's got a cap and a resistor in series? What? So it's got no ground leak? I don't know. I'm going to have to trace this out. And I'm going to have to allow some time because I don't know what they've done here. I hate working on modded shit. It's really frustrating because you don't know what they know and what they don't know. Clearly it's not working well, so whatever they've done is not particularly well thought out. Anyway, we'll draw that out, and you probably can hear blocking distortion. Yeah, it sounded pretty flubby with it. Both the loudness is up, but they've done just weird shit, man. They've got the diodes after the master, and it's six germaniums in series. Well, you know, three in series, anti-paralleled. Marshalls with processors. Sorry? It's not a processor, that's a, oh, zoomed out. That's an FX loop. There we go. Sorry, I'll just scroll back a bit. 99 US cents. It's about $100 Australian converted. Yeah. That's why I fucking hate ordering shit from the States at the moment, because we just get bent over. Use sudo to allow system changes if you want to fuck up the system. Anyways, back to amplifiers. Yeah, I agree, Darren. The only issue with any MBP is the fact that I'm using an SSD adapter that's a bit iffy. Sounds like Fuzzface, yeah. Factory certified Apple tech with 30 years experience. Apple just killed Intel processor support? Like Win 11 no longer supports old processors and requires TPM. All things considered by a PC. Hang on, I've got to pass that. Apple just killed Intel processor support. I thought all their processors were made by Intel. Who's making their processors now? Unless you require Apple only piece of software. See you, Gordon. Take it easy, champ. I just uploaded a video on 66 Marshall. Yeah. Check it out after Brad's stream. Be reminded what they can sound like. Yeah. I was talking about models with 5-volt supply factory. Supply factory? Apple. Your comments are all just confusing me at the moment, so I'm just going to ignore them until you calm down. So yeah, this one. Mod's not great. Oscillation. You got coax. Wait a minute. So they have shielded the coax with the plate, which I'm not a fan of. What's the fucking voltage rating of these coax? Do they even know? Don't shield shit without plates. Because you're shielding it with the signal from that stage. At least it's on the same stage, I guess, but I'm not a fan at all of shielding with high voltage, because you don't know, like, there's no voltage rating. Coax is not designed to have that kind of differential across it. So I think I'll be resolving that, tracing this thing out, figuring out exactly what they've done from the schematic that I've traced out, and then figuring out a way to do it a bit better, and then rejigging that diode shit, because that's really silly. The rest of the amp seems to be fine. When it's all the mods are disengaged, it seems to be reasonably stable, if not a little bit flabby, but I'll check the component values and stuff and see if anything else has been changed. There's no reference anywhere to the modder, so I might give this bloke a call and just say, yeah, hot shield's dumb. Why? There's a ground right there, like, just ground it on the anyway. Apple's using so they're going back to ARM, have they? Because they left ARM for a while, everything was Intel. And what, now they're back to ARM? Huh. Okay. I thought they still hadn't cracked that nut yet. Suppose it's Apple, fucking one of the biggest companies in the world. If you can't make semis, processors seems to be a bit of a black art though. So you know you're trading on the trade secrets, but I'm sure there's lots of espionage shit going on there too. Oh, we're on another Marshall. Shock horror. JCM 2000. See above. Now what was this one doing? That's what it's doing. It's got a lost vacuum in one valve. I think I took this one apart when he was here actually, a week and a bit ago. Because I just wanted to determine whether or not it had the shitty boards. The shitty board, I should say. Broken JJ's EL34, new looking mainboard. Yeah, revision 20, clean, service and reliability mods. Okay, let's put a new pair of EL34s in there. Just see if there's any secondary issues, because when people say an amp needs a service, that could mean literally anything. It could mean smoke came out the back last time I turned it on, so now I just need a service. No, Alex, this is already a issue 20 board. Someone's replaced it in the past, luckily. Oh, she's manky. That's weird. Normally the Marshalls that have the top vent get real manky. But this one doesn't have a top vent. And that chassis disgusting. Yeah, obviously we've got a JJ's that's... Is that oh no, that's a Marshall. Yeah, it's a JJ's. JJ shit the bed. If I remove that, I think it's going to come out in one piece. Gentle. Yeah. Cracked bass. JJ's. That's how you know it's a JJ's. It's a lost vacuum. So that looks like a early JJ's 05. So I don't think this is when they were having the systemic glass issues. Because I've got ones from 2018 that are spot on. So it could just be coincidence that it happens to be a JJ's, but might have copped a bit of shock. Chib Workshop, how you going, legend? Oh, just one sec, champs. Got to go for a whiz. Time for a wee cup of tea, lads. Should have a intermission thing like Lyle does, but you come and go as you please. Nowhere near as structured as Lyle's channel. Twinings, English breakfast extra strong. Half a teaspoon of sugar. And some off milk. Breakfast of champions. Gotta reboil that kettle. Got a habit of, as a tech, you get used to drinking cold tea. And boiling your kettle about 6 times before you remember to use it. Oh, phone call. Ah, Darren, $20, mate. Pints for me and the wife. Thank you, sir. I might have some free pints coming up though, because my local brewery man up at Brew Mountains, he dropped off his little cheapy acoustic, and I did a bit of a repair to that, so we might have some free beer next time we go up. But of course, I've done that, and now I'm out of town this weekend, so he'll probably forget by the time we get up there. And Cheer Workshop, €10. That's like $20 too. Legend. Thanks, mate. What Marshall amp is that? That's a 50 watt DSL 50 JCM 2000 series. Schmerler. Sounds so German. Where are they from? The States, I believe. Where's if history repeats himself, they'll eventually stop the updates, even if the old Macs can run the OS. Yeah, they will, but that doesn't mean the computer is useless. In my opinion, most operating system updates are pretty worthless anyway, and I prefer to lag a year behind on them for compatibility. Whereas that's true if you're like using the thing in a vault. So a lot of the audio guys, you update your computer or there's system updates, and just all of a sudden everything stops working, right? So a lot of the time they'll be using a Windows 95 computer or something to run the automated console or whatever, just because it works. And they'll do everything in their power to keep that system running as it was first implemented. So that often means foregoing updates, sourcing old RAM boards and shit when they fail. CNCs are like that. The industrial industry, the CNC machines are often like 1993 technology. It's no big thing to see a mill or something running Windows 3.11 for work groups. Thanks, Tube Workshop. Ah, serious. Thanks, Alex. The Mac Fund. Oh, fuck. If you still keep giving, I'm going to have to keep track and go to the dark side if you hit the target. I've got to hold up my word. Yeah, the Mac is the production machine in my studio, so updating is a huge nuisance. Yeah, you just don't update them, eh? You just keep them in the vault, mate. Oh, it's hot. Nothing like a hot tea on a hot day. My father-in-law says that when he's done a lot of work in the yard and he's bloody overheat and he has a hot cup of tea. He swears by it. He reckons nothing cools you down like a hot cup of tea. I'm like, really? I don't know about that. I don't know. So what are we going to do? There's nothing for it but chuck in some new EL34s and just check there's no other issues. There are issues on these which just fundamentally need addressing, like stuff in the output board and whatever. Okay, so someone's actually popped one of the heater fuses out. This is got this is interesting. I think when the board's been replaced, someone's pulled the fuses off the old board for the heater, because they've installed the two outer fuses, but one of them's for a valve that's not there. Unless that goes to the preamp as well. Maybe that last fuse powers the preamp valves as well. Alright. So yeah, big coating of dust on everything. Oh, I didn't write notes on the last Marshall, did I? AC30. AC30. What was it called? H2? God, I've already forgotten the number. AC30. H2 was right. 19... God, mental blank. What are they called? 1959. Jesus. Brain no worky. 1959 SLP modded. 1959. XP. Yeah, spent some time on XP. Tell you what. Cold beer is a better alternative. Tube Workshop, you're in Germany. Can you answer this for me? I went to Munich in 2015 for Oktoberfest, and multiple German people and Austrian people told me that often you have a like half-litre of beer with lunch while you're at work. Is that correct? Or are they just yanking our chain? Like it's no big thing to have a beer while you're working over there? Usually trades, you know, like tradesmen. XP. XP was so... I don't know, it felt so fresh and cool when I had it, when I first installed it. I think just the new look. Things looking bubbly instead of the typical NT Windows look with the square grey shit. It felt so slick at the time. What am I doing? Oscillating... Reverse engineer mods. Correct. Hot. Shielding. Service. 50 or 100 watt. Mode. Choir. JCM 2000 DSL 50. New pair EL34s. Reliability mods. Service. Right. Got a pair of EL34s. Don't really want to crack a quad. Might have to. Down to my last JJs. I've got a pair of Mullards too there. Got a shit ton of KT88s as you saw in the thing with the stuff. Got these off a bloke. Match quad of these. Svetties. KT88s. Don't appear to be used. No bear claw marks. No corrosion on the pins. I think I can see some slider marks, but that could have been from the test and burn in. Executives are stupid. Exactly, Jerry. They get promoted because they're useless on the tools. Isn't that right? In the corporate world, the more useless you are, the higher up you go. Because if you're good at something on the floor, or be it in the office or in logistics or whatever, you'll get fucking chained to that desk, and no one will let you go up the chain because you're too useful being a worker. So of course all the useless fucks get promoted and end up earning billions of dollars. That's the way the world works. The world ain't fair, never will be, never has been. Pop a pair of tatties in there. Oh, got a bit of Madonna on in the background. Beautiful Stranger. Wasn't that from the Austin Powers soundtrack? Peter Principle, you're promoted to the level of your incompetence, yeah. That's a good way of putting it. So opening these boxes to save mangling them, just get my little 150mm ruler, get it under there, flip her up, mate. You don't have to mangle the top of them like everyone does. Yeah, look, PCs have been, like the viruses, I've never had a virus on any of my computers, and I've never had virus software either. It's just not been an issue. Never had any virus software. Never had any viruses. All my mates that have been hacked, when someone says I've been hacked, they haven't been hacked. They've just clicked on something fucking stupid and allowed shit to happen to their computer because they're a little bit tech illiterate. You know, no ill will towards them. Some people just aren't that way. You know, they're busy and they don't care about tech. But yeah, hacking is about as meaningful a term these days as AI. Both kind of meaningless marketing terminologies. See you, Eric. Take it squeezy, champ. Alright, let's have a listen to this thing. Again, we'll just watch the meter on the wall, see if anything's going awry. I do want to do some upgrades around this speaker jack area. Power switch feels a bit chunky, a bit. Words aren't working for me today. I don't know what's going on. Feeling a bit crunchy. No, that's not the word either. I've got 40 watts there in standby. Kind of they're still warming up. 60, 70, 73 watts. That's pretty cold. Let's have a look. It's not intuitive, the colours on the output transformer on these things. We've got 1.4 volts there, 1.3 volts there. Across the... I'm not going to reach around to that stupid fucking thing. I'll just turn it off for a sec. (42 ohms). 42 ohms. (1.4 volt). 1.4 volt. (33 milliamps per side). At a plate voltage of 467. 15.5 watts, so running at 60%, so about 62%. It's about right. in Bavaria. Weiss first. This is Weiss first. Pretzel, sweet mustard, and a wheat beer are a staple for lunch. Man, if a company cancels that, they'll run into a rumour. That's exactly what I had for breakfast when we rolled into the Polana beer tent in 2015. I had a Weiss first, and the bloke I was with, who was a Bavarian, I almost ate the skin. He goes, no, you got to take the skin off. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I've never been outside of Australia before, mate. I don't know fucking what's going on. So we're starting to plan our Japan trip. Flights are booked. We're booking accommodation now. Figuring out where we're going to be when. We're going to be over there with... we're going to cross paths with Six from Dr. Gear. So that'll be good. We're going to go to all the guitar shops and stuff over there. I'm going to do a bunch of... I've got to see if I can do a live stream. With the data might be an issue. But we'll take tons of footage, video footage, and we'll see it when we come back. Right. Okay, 16 ohm. It's dissipating. No signal. Channel A. Channel B. Almost no signal. Just needs a service, you say? Okay. Let's have a look at the effects return. Which one's that? Fuck all signal there too. Okie dokie. Well, I know the output stage is conducting, because there's a difference of 40. Well, we just took measurement, but yeah, there's straight away we knew that, because there's a massive difference when you click it out standby. So we'll just check voltages around the PI. Loud click there, 416 volts. What's on the cathode? What's the time, Mr. Wolf? 29 volts on the cathode. Pin 1, 222. And pin 3, 29 volts. So I think we've got a NAF PI. I'll pop in my long-suffering test tube valve. Check those voltages again. Yeah, we're 247 where we were 440 something before. So now that triode is conducting. Bad PI valve. It might have copped a hit from the EL34 on the way out, but I don't know how. Would have had to go through the coupling cap. Got signal. So bad PI, bad EL34. Besides that, just a bit of scratchiness. Besides that, everything else seems to be working. Take that valve out so I don't forget to charge them for it. put that one on the shelf as well. Getting through 'em, champions. Might actually get somewhere today, eh? Hey, hey! Mac computers are an afterthought for Apple now. You reckon? You reckon it's just iPhones all the way, eh? What's next? I'll do a Roland. Oh, it's got a busted switch. That's boring. Bogner Helios. Helios. So apparently this is picking up RF, and apparently that's a known issue because it doesn't have a grid stopper on the on the input. Very pretty front panel. Am I done for today? Dude, it's just hit 10 AM. I'm fucking nowhere near done for the day. I won't be done until 10 PM. So let's fire this up and have a listen before we even open it. He reckons it's picking up RF. Perfect vice first. In Bavaria, Germany can be only served until 12 o'clock. Please don't ask me why I'm not Bavarian. Yeah, it's like a breakfast food, eh? It's 50% cereal, 50% meat. Helios. Yeah. How are those Bogners? I know Luca through is a big endorser. Bogners can be hit and miss. They're very well built, but they'll sometimes overlook just really obvious stuff. Like a grid stopper on V1. No, I'm still watching with the Bogner. You've got the, what was it again? What was that one, Alex? The one that was giving you a hard time? Bogner, not Shiva. I've got a Shiva here as well. I can't remember. My memory's shit, man. One to watch for. I had a JVM with bias issues recently. Turned out to be the bias winding intermittent. Whoa. Microscopic diameter wires from winding broken at the bobbin solder terminals. Wow. Quality. Speaking of tea. Alchemist, that's it. Yeah. Cheers from Canada. Friendly fuckwit. Cheers, Cuckoo. Yeah, that's the plan, John. So this guy, he knows his stuff. I think he was even in touch with Reinhold. He found him in a brief sober period and then got some advice about it. Oh. Someone was telling me they went to a NAMM show or something, and Reinhold Bogner was there, and he was wearing like a full suit, but it was made out of like clear raincoat material, and he was like naked inside it. He had like underwear on, and that was it. And he was just covered in sweat. He's like the Andy Warhol of amp makers. He's fun to talk to, but he's fun to walk away from too, from what I gather. Oh, it's two cup washers on that screw. You get a bonus one. Let's have a quick look inside, man. That cover is tight. What the hell? Jesus. That's what happens when you put shit on while the paint's fucking still wet. Helios 50. Handcrafted in LA. It's got variac on off. It's got a variac. What is that? A bucking transformer? 2 windings, maybe? Don't know. So HT fuse, half an amp. Good on your champ. Mains fuse, 2 amp. Good on your champ. No shields on the valves, really? In a high gain amp? Come on, man. Fucking the amount of shields I go through, I reckon every amp, probably 50% of them come in and the shields are either never installed or missing. Even a Lazy J. $8,000 and you got to pay for your own fucking valve shields. So this is a high gain amp. They've got cock rings around the 12AX7s. Little cock ring there. So it helps you stay firm as, you know, aging's an issue. But a shield would be nice. It's not going to stop RF, but it probably help. I might put them on as well, but it just protects the valves. In the back of here, it's not too bad. But the Lazy J, like, you got the valves sitting there next to all that foot switch bullshit that gets thrown in and out of the amp. You just got unshielded valves sitting right down next to the where you throw stuff in. Cables get wrapped around them, you pull them out. There's just no excuse for that shit, but anyway. It's in the name, isn't it? Yeah, it was Briggs Mech, James. It was the apparently, from what I hear, it was like the suit that he puts on in American Psycho before he kills his mate with the axe. Oop. I said I was going to use this before I opened it, didn't I? Oh, I lied. Yeah, he was wearing like the clear raincoat thing. Maybe it was just a raincoat. It might have been raining outside and he just happened to be naked. Who knows? Alrighty then. I've got a really heavy transformer that's been tilted over from a bit of shock to the end. Just get a blockaroonie. Is that about the right height? Yeah, looks good to me, mate. Beautiful. So, what are we dealing with here? A fuck ton of relays, 4 relays, and effects loop, which looks to be passive. Maybe got its own tube, but maybe not. Got SM branded caps, my favourite. Silver micas. Got coax coming, yeah, straight from the hot input, straight to the pin 2 of V1. So what we could do, what? Hang on a minute. Okay. They've got coax. Well, that's fucking why. They've got... Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, guys. Stop building amps that don't suck. Fuck me, it's so frustrating. Down there, you got a 3-way... How am I going to show this accurately? You got a 3-way... I've got to be careful of those preamp valves because they're not protected. I need more light. I'll go up on the end like that. Yeah, that'll work. Try not to drop the thing. Smash all the valves. You got coax, right? Bit of amplification factorage. Right, where's my pointer? So you got coax, goes to pin 2. Right there. Pin 2 of the valve socket. Can I zoom in further? Yeah, there we go. Pin 2 of the valve socket, right there. And then you got your coax shield mounted here. This is a 3-way tag strip. The center one's got the screw in it, which is attached to the chassis. This one's got nothing attached to it. The shield's attached to the one that's not attached to anything, and at the other end it's just telescoped and there's nothing coming out. So you've got no shielding to the coax. It should be on that fucking one, because that's actually attached to ground. So grid stopper, actually attaching the shield to ground would be good instead of letting it float like an antenna. And a grid stopper as well, plus valve shields. So we're just cleaning up Reinhold's fucking mess. Besides that, again, it's beautifully built amp, built by people that have no idea what they're doing. That's what everything is these days. Every boutique style amp is a beautifully built thing built by people that have no idea what they're doing. Like, I barely fucking know what I'm doing, and I'm picking up all this shit. I barely know what I'm doing. So yeah, that's why. That's why it's picking up all sorts of hash. So we'll fix that up. It's got the arse cap. Everyone loves an arse cap. So they often leak or explode. This one hasn't done either yet, but this is also not the one with the 2 end caps. The ones that have 2 bungs tend to be the bad ones. This one might be alright, but we'll test that. It would be pretty easy to change because it's sort of like a hybrid board, sort of. It's like a PCB, but it's designed a little bit like a turret board. And that is no traces. There's a few traces in the relay section there. I think I'll do a video on this one because everyone loves a boutique brand fucking takedown. So yeah, they've got some. They've sort of gone with a PCB style design. Sorry, a turret style design on a PCB, but then laid out the PCB a bit like a turret, like an eyelet board. Am I making any sense? No. Okay. So they've got Lelon caps, radials. But what's the point of having a radial on its side when you can't reach the fucking leads to get to it? So it's still been soldered from the bottom. And it's got that weird sticky shit that all the Bogners have on the... Look, it feels like a drink has been spilled in the cab. Like stringy, sticky schmoo. But it's on every Bogner. Doesn't smell like bourbon. So anyway, I think we know what to do to this. Looking at that workmanship though, I think I'll be casting an eye over the whole thing. Soldered tag strip to the back of a pot. That's not great. Yeah, I'll cast an eye over everything. We'll check all the SM caps for leakage. We'll fix up that dumb shit at the input stage. Oh, I'm running out of shell light. Fucking you, I drank too much. Well, at least we know what needs doing. He said otherwise it's working fine. But I will... Yeah, all those silver mic is a suspect. I think it's just the Tolex glue. Whatever they've used. Oh, no, you know what it is? When... Is that on the rear? No, that's on the front. I think it's the sticky residue from the foil tape. Shielding tape. Anyway. Alright, note-taking time. Bogner Helios. I don't know why I say it like that. It sounds like a Greek name. Well, isn't Helios like the god of sun or something? He's mad into his like mythology and stuff, old mate. Shiva, destroyer of worlds and blah blah. Correct input short bus behavior. What else did I say? Yeah, do that. Test SMs for leakage. Now he didn't want a service on this because he wanted to keep costs down. So anything greater than that, I think will not be my fault. Helios mixing desks, yeah? Yeah, I'm not a fan of silver mica caps, James. I prefer a Vichy ceramite. Ceramics have a bad rap because people use shitty ones. I think the Tempco of micas is really good from memory. There is a reason why you use them. I forget what, but there's like a reason. Much of the time it doesn't apply to guitar stuff. Ah, now we've got a bit of a treat. Got a hi, what? What? Hi. Hey Jace, if you're still watching, I've got a fuck ton of these things. You want some? What? Pardon me. So these are those, I think they're Italian caps for bypass caps in the first stage. 0.68, 250 volters. I don't know. This was from Dwayne's stuff, but what the fuck am I going to use them for? Just put up bags of 10 of them for $5 or something. We're getting through them. Do you want to do another Bogner or you want to do a high watt? Let me know, champions, right now. Hurry up. Bogner or high watt? Vote. Go. Now. Oh, sorry, I'm dealing with the latency. You probably haven't even heard me say that yet. You want some, Lyle? I'll send you some. They're PC pin though, so you can't use them for anything except for the perfectly laid out circuit board. High watt, high watt, high watt, high watt, high watt. Okay. I think that's unanimous. You just want to watch me break my back, didn't you? High watt. Custom 100. Ceramic are very non-linear and will demodulate AM radios. That will make people want them. Yeah, offer them for $10 each. Bogner Shiva, yes, but you're the only one, Chris. So majority rules. I'm fucking doxing my customer again. Good night, mate. Good night, Tube Workshop. Enjoy your voice first in the morning. Okay, Okay, voltage is set right. Let's have a look at the the fuses. Sumimasen. Come on. Yeah, you come. That's not very polite. I'm going to zap myself here. No. Bell fuse. 3 amp. I don't think the HT fuse is supposed to be 3 amp. Oh yeah, this is 3 amp. Why the fuck's the HT fuse 3 amp? Bit excessive, isn't it? There you go, mate. Ah, Darren just finished a Mojo Tone 5E3 build today. Congratulations, sir. There's nothing like turning one of them on and listening to it the first time. It's a very good feeling. And that's 3 amp as well, and it's intact, visually at least. Oh, yeah, from when you could get them for 600, try 6,000 now, eh? Plus. Where's your twin? A 72 and a red knob. The red knobs can be really good, Richard, and they're good because the red knobs are a theft deterrent. It's a bit like having a yellow drill. No one will steal it. Wife's first tomorrow morning. Get into it. It's funny. The back's sitting proud by like a good 2mm. Like it was supposed to be 9mm and they made it out of 12. Or just the cleat was put in the wrong spot. Quality. Oh man, those screws are fucking tight. Silverback Shiva, which I know far less about, so it would be interesting, even though a custom 100 is second to none. Swelling ply. I don't think it would swell by 2mm. It'd need to be seriously wet to do that. Ah, oh, fucking hell. It's going to take forever. This is the bit that I fast forward in my videos. Yeah, Richard, when you sort out the red knobs, I think I've got videos on them. Maybe there were videos. It might have been before I was really regularly doing videos, though. It might have been just photo posts on Facebook. Yeah, I did one of them. That was about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's been rocking ever since. And they can sound really nice. You just got to fix it. You could even just reverse that stupid voltage divider shit going on in it. Just wire it up like a normal twin. I think the voltages are okay to do that. You might have to tweak some values, but biggest problem with them is those voltage dividers overheating the board. So in the past I've fuck this, I'm getting the drill. I've turreted them to the board. Alright. Downward pressure. Don't want to ream out the screw heads. Oh, I don't like it when it impacts. It shows how fucking tight the screws are, though. What's the difference between 5E... What? 5E... What's the difference in 5E8 and that minus A? What? And that? Don't know what you're talking about. What's a red knob twin? Just Google it, bro. I don't like to use the drill, Daniel, because you can, if you're not careful, you can ream shit out. especially on high-end stuff, but they're just way too tight. I don't think they drilled any pilot holes before driving the screws in. That's what it feels like anyway. Alright, so what was this one doing? I think it was on email actually. Try to ask questions Google won't answer for you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's Fender's best made amp ever. That's what it is. Oh god. Messages, messages, messages. Uh-oh. One minute. Sorry, doing 3 things at once again. And was so happy. Where is it? Oh, it's probably on the guitar page. Guitar page. It's it can be very difficult. You've got Facebook Messenger, you've got Instagram Messenger, your YouTube comments, you got email, you got SMS, you got voicemail, and actual phone calls. So a conversation that I remember having with a customer could have happened on any of those platforms. So trying to find them is difficult, which is why I've been trying to reduce the amount of ways people can get in touch with me. Oh, because then there's the online web form as well. So I'm trying to make it just email and online web form, because phone calls throughout the day are extremely distracting. And dealing with Facebook Messenger is a pain in the ass, and Instagram Messenger is even worse than that. So I'm trying to reduce the way that people can get in touch, so there's only 1 or 2 avenues. But people are getting upset about that. They want to be able to reach out on, and people are even requesting I get WhatsApp and shit. I'm not fucking installing more apps and having more ways to get in touch with. No, I'm trying to do the opposite. So, you know, that's fun. And I've got a habit of ringing people to find something out, and because I'm low IQ, I forget what they've said, because we start chatting and I try to write it down, but then, have you ever tried to write something down while someone's actively speaking to you? It's fucking it's damn near impossible. You just can't do it. You end up writing what you're saying. So, yeah. Doesn't work. So then you have a conversation, then you hang up, and then you probably hang up and the customer's walked in and is standing in front of you, and they start talking, and then you run through stuff and they try some gear out or whatever, and then an hour later you forget what the answer was to the question you called someone about, and you sound like a complete fucking airheaded or drug addicted idiot. So that's this. Computer's really not good at doing anything while I'm streaming. Everything takes 3 times longer. So bear with me, legends. speak amongst yourselves. You know the deal. Alright, plug into the high bright input with a humbucker. Cranked it up a bit, and it sounds like there's some weird limiting or clipping. Unnatural and ugly, not the cool kind. Lean in and you may get a squealy feedback thing even when the amp is very clean. And pull 2 EL34s please. Okay, so he wants it at 50 watts. Righto, okay. Well, we know what we're dealing with. Have you tried being smarter? No. I haven't yet, actually. I should have thought of that, but I'm not smart enough to, so... Why didn't I think of that? Right, so it's got 2 tired looking EL34s and 2 bright shiny looking EL34s. So I wonder if 2 failed, or it had 2, and then they put another 2 in, and now they want to go back to just 2. Thanks, Kyle. I hope that was a piss take, Darren. Mate, if I was smarter, I wouldn't be trying to make a living on fucking fixing this. If I was smart, I would have been like a real estate agent or an investment banker. Look, again, no shields. You've got the little base there, champions. Use your fucking shields, for fuck's sake. I've got to order like 20 shields now, because every amp that's coming in hasn't got any fucking shields on them. Not the end of the world. We'll just put one on V1, but... You got the base there. Just use the bloody things. Alright. Shiny chassis that's hard to photograph. Alright, well, I think we're going to have a listen to this one. Just visually checking over it. It's got the pornographic right hand bends everywhere, which I'm not a fan of personally. It's got tack soldered joints, which I'm not a fan of personally. I know, high watt, oh, they're so beautiful, but you've just got leads poking through eyelets, just poke and pray, no folds. You've got eye tension wires in a series caps, where the wire's touching like the sharp bit of the chassis, which is laser cut. Looks like it's got a little bit of a burr there. Tack soldering on the chassis mounted filter cap. Tack soldering on the 2 trim pots there. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. 125 on the cap here. So what is it? Bias supply cap. It's got 125/100 volt, and then under that it's got 85/125 degrees C. So does that mean it's 125 volts rated at 85 degree max, and then it's 100 volts rated at 125 degree max? I've never seen that on a cap before. Don't forget the shit ground scheme. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's clean looking, Daniel, but That doesn't mean it's good. I mean, an empty chassis is clean looking, and it's pretty quiet. Got a ground up there. Where's that ground? Well, they're not bad amps, Daniel. I'm not shitting on it, but yeah, I think they get away with it a lot because they're not super high gain, and it's just this sort of mythology about them because of how they look internally. Oh, got a customer. Oh, champions. Sorry about that. Is anyone still here? Don't have anyone all day and then they all hit at once. So where were we? We're testing a high watt, aren't we? Oh, you legends are still here. 47 here still. Fucking oath. Shit and gold over here. Brad's Guitar Garage. Alright, so where are we? A blurry chassis. We're going to fire this thing up and have a listen. See what's going on. I'm hoping it's not an output transformer issue because this guy loves to use attenuators on a 100 watt amp. And sometimes they go awry. Whenever someone says awry, I think of that camera brand. You know, they make cinema cameras. Ari? I'm sure Wes knows more. Fuck, I scared you. Sorry, Jerry. How you going, champs? Sound like an 88 preamp into GT75s. What's wrong with that? Heaven, mate. Heaven. 421s are okay, just never loved them compared with 57. You just can't beat 57s, mate. Just admit it. Ari? Is that how you say it? How you going, Six? Ari? No, Ari, you can't. Love the old 70s ones. 4 of them? What, the cameras? Really? Or are you talking about the mics? Oh. I thought you were talking about the cameras. What fucking... They had them in the 70s? Probably. Bright? Sure. That was a big peak. Went out to 120 watts. What do you use for mic and cabs? Like airy. Hairy. Really? Airy, they call it. Huh. I did not know that. 60 watts. 90 watts, 123 watts, 118 watts, 119 watts. That's about right. 120 watts, 21. Settling at 122, 121 watts. Alright, I'll mute the mic. We'll deafen myself. Dunno. Sounds right to me. Ooh, Birdie Blackman. Nice. Sitting around the right power usage I'd expect. What did he say again? Crank it up a bit. Sounds like there's some weird limiting or clipping. Not the cool kind. I don't think there's anything wrong with the amp. It doesn't sound like it, but... Even the valve's remarkably non-microphonic. That was everything all the way up. Yeah, sorry, I clipped there for a second while I was trying it out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to test this with the. I've only got one speaker under the cabinet, under the bench, so I'm gonna test that at full volume through another cab, because I don't want to destroy that speaker. But that sounds like I'd expect. Sounds like every high watt I've had here so far. 23? What? Is this a new production? It's got a signature, 29th of the 6th, 23. Really? What's the date code? 35th week, 2016. Was this modded by someone? Because it says here, Michael Bullock 2023. But it looks all original. Don't know, I'll find out the backstory on that. But it sounds as I'd expect. And we got what you're all waiting for, the Bogner. In a road case. Nice. Yeah, there was a guy, marketing guy just came around, cold popped in, talking about digital marketing campaigns. And he was remarkably honest. Most of the guys come around, oh, you got to have SEO, you got to have SEO. And he's like, nah, SEO probably won't help you. You still won't compete with the big boys. And I'm like, okay. He's like, nah, you probably want to do targeted marketing campaigns instead. This is for the retail side. I don't want any more repair work. That's one fucking thing I've got too much of. But yeah, and he's ex-Roland. And he bought some stuff. So that was interesting. That's the first marketing guy I've had that wasn't a complete fucking douchebag with no idea about the industry at all. He was talking about the other shops and how they do it and stuff. I'm like, oh, knows what he's talking about. Marketing freaks are the devil and a waste of money. Probably. But hey, I got a bit of free info out of him. In fact, he paid me because he bought stuff. Get another container to put the screws in. You know what I'm saying? Sure, 545D. What do I remember that number? What's that type? Is that... You got to jump on the channels to get the non-painful... I like painful sounds, Lyle. 6. 57s are mic pre-dependent. What? 57s are mic pre-dependent as to how they sound. I have used a Great River mic pre that added multiple zeros to the end of the dependent. Mic pre-dependent. Right. Sorry, I'm okay. So an SM57 is only as good as the pre you're plugging it into. Gotcha. Nathan from the Time Preservation Society. Yeah, he's a great channel. It really sucks to see his channel not exploding because the amount of... He's a high effort creator. I'm very low effort. And even that's too much effort. But he is high effort. If I've ever heard it. I've seen it. Smelled it. Note. Reverb disabled. Remove terminator and plug in. Return to enable. Send still connected. It smells burny. It smells burny. Champions. It's got that slightly caramelized smell to it. It's not good. Alright, what's the write-off on this one? I reckon it might be... Let's have some guesses before we open it. Let's see if I can find the job sheet. Variable impedance adapters that helped a lot with the response used to have a studio 15 years ago before the massive home recording boom. Only into an API, try it with a Mackie, etc. It's the Bogner with the irreplaceable transformer. It's not a transformer, it's a switch mode power supply. Hopefully that's not blown up. Who the fuck's amp is this? Oh, job sheets. God, you gotta fucking flick through 50 sheets just to find the fucking job you're looking at. Next year I'll get organised. Like fuck I will. So it's tricky if someone brings in a guitar and an amp. It'll either end up in the guitar or the amp job sheet pile. But then sometimes I'll add it to the system straight away while they're standing there so I can process a bench fee. But then I'll forget to write down the details and I won't start a job sheet until after the fact. Bog. Ah, yes. I remember now. Okay, so that was on Facebook Messenger discussing the problem. Hurry up and go digital already. No. I don't like typing 6. When I'm figuring things out, it's not going to happen. I don't care if you don't like it. I write things on paper while I'm figuring shit out. Because I don't want to fucking lean over an amp and type in shit and fuck around. No. Notebook, all the way. Fuck repair shopper. I'm not printing labels to stick on shit and fucking around with that kind of crap. Too hard. Another fee I don't want. Another subscription fee. Fuck that. I just need to stop talking to people when they come in. And it'd be the same if I was typing. I'd still forget shit. Doesn't matter if I'm typing or writing. It doesn't fix anything. The problem is me focusing and ignoring someone speaking to me, telling them to shut the fuck up for a second while I write everything down, which is the hard part, right? It's not maintaining the data after it's been written down. It's writing it down. It doesn't matter about typing or writing or whatever. I've got it, just acquiring it in the first place is the battle. Getting Lazy J hate mail again. Alrighty then. I think we might have a bad suppression cap. It's got that suppression cap smell to it. 1.5 amp. Slow blow. HT. 1.5 amp. There's a lot of rust on everything. It's been in a humid place. I don't know, when it comes to the Lazy J thing and people getting upset at me, I just showed it on video. Like, are you getting upset at me because I just filmed what was in front of me? Like, fucking that's a mental issue that you're having, not me, mate. Because oh shit, bit forward heavy. Thought that was in place. Anyway, we didn't break anything. What was I saying? I don't know. I've forgotten. Who gives a fuck? Whatever. Right. Okay, no obvious burns or anything, so that's good. We can get the box out of the way and have a closer look. Okay, destroyer of worlds. What have you destroyed? Oh, God. Doesn't want to sit on anything. Oh, you fucking cunt. Hit my head on the bench. And then I said fucking cunt. Yes, it happens. Fuck. It's going to leave a lump. Alright, block under that side, block under that side. Maybe my nose was fooling me because there's no smoky smell in here. It might have been an environmental thing wherever it was kept. Normally it'd be real strong once you remove the cabinet from the chassis from the cabinet, because that's the cap. That's a cap down there across the switch, but she hasn't gone nuclear. This has got that annoying 3-way switch. Off, standby, on. Ah, man. I'm fucking bleeding, it feels like it. Right on the corner of the bench, not on the just bench. Alright, start testing. Yeah, I think I've looked at this one before, several years ago. Screens are good. Alright, look up chat history. Come on, Facebook, stop being a piece of shit. Alright. Do some work. Just says it needs some work. Alright, I guess we've got to fire it up and have a listen. It's a more sensible height. Switch it over to 8 ohms, 16 ohms, sorry. I have seen those switches fail, so I'll just check that. .8 ohm. .1. Alright, so that's showing 0 ohms on the one it switched to, and 0.1, sorry, 1 point something for the other one. Drawing 12 watts in standby. So I think we've got a fucked heater supply. No LED. Yay! Just what I was afraid of. Alright, so no heater supply. And the heater supply is this switch mode thing down here, which apparently is almost impossible to find a good replacement of. run them 7 and 2 in series, so they're running it on 12 volts. The other heater supply goes there. 12 volts. Well, not going to get far without that, so I have to start chasing one of them. Lyle, you had one of these and you had to find a supply for it. I remember reading that a while back. How long ago was that? Did you end up finding a Meanwell one for it? Was it a Meanwell? To 30 volts, 30 volts. Sorry about the swearing before too, but if I hit my head on a bench, I'm not responsible for what comes out of my mouth. That is what it is. Is there a good reason Bogner would make an amp with a difficult to replace power supply? No. There's no good reason for that. It's the dumbest shit ever, in fact. How many amps in history have a switch mode heater supply? Not many. There's no fucking reason for it at all. Just get another transformer, mate. But now we're locked into the form factor of the transformer, and the transformer is very expensive. So they've done it to save money, probably on the power transformer, because you don't have to deal with the hefty windings that a heater supply demands. Where the fuck are my tweezers? Here we go. We'll have a look at the board itself. See if perhaps board level repair is possible. Got a fuse there, mains fuse, soldered to the board. And a beep means the fuse is intact. So what else has failed? Let's check the switch is good. I don't see any reason why. Yeah. Yeah, I think I replaced the switch on this. And that was all I did. About it was in the garage, so 4 to 5 years ago. CUI burned, so it wasn't component level repairable. Where'd you get a new one? Did you get one from, like, BAD? B-A-D? Where's my phone? Oh, I used it to log into the software, didn't I? That's right. I'm starting to lose my voice. Too much talking shit all morning. Don't normally talk this much. Yeah, I don't see that many Bogners, to be honest, but they're not that common either, so I mean they're This PCBs are well designed and everything, but there seems to always just be one chink in the armor somewhere that just one issue that gets overlooked. Generally, it's resolvable. I think Lyle had a lot of issues with a Shiva a couple of years ago. But I think that was mainly, wasn't it? There's just a lot more to go wrong with switch mode suppliers. It's as simple as that. Alright, where's the switching FET? Down there. I'll just check the bridge, although the bridge would have blown the fuse if it went short. Where am I? Wrong way. All good. Okay. So that FET. No. It's just switched on by the meter. There we go. So the FET's good. That's series resistors used as another sort of degree of fusing. Good. What's the NTC doing? 3 ohms. It's about what you'd expect. About a secondary. Is it a bridge? 2 diodes. Okay. Is that just measuring the secondary? Very low impedance. How's the heat? How's the heat sink? Oh yeah, it's got soldering there. Lead-free solder, yay. Mesa bench charge 500. Yeah, you want more than that, mate. Hate to tell you. Let's go back in the chat. Still not buying a car unless you know where to look and run the risk of buying a dud. I didn't. I told the owner to send it to Bogner. It's their fucking problem. Fair enough. You can just say cocaine. I won't be taking them in the future unless it's a really good customer. Okay. I don't think it's limited to just that. He's an excitable boy. I hate when amps are pretty bad, yet they have great reputations. So very few Bogners and no messes in the future. Yeah, I think Bogner has a reputation as being pretty high end. Maybe just because they're through bad. I don't know. Come on, play nice. I think I need a new filter. They are hand wired. the wires are installed by hands? Do you mean you'd think there'd be turret board? Or eyelet or something? Jamiroquai. Take me back to high school. Hand wired is nothing but a marketing term. Yeah. Percent of the hang on, I gotta scroll back. Not enough, just a bench. I thought there'd be hand wired. Oh, we're talking about messes, are we? Or Simon never played an 80s Kramer where the Floyd studs broke the basswood between them and the bridge pickup cavity. Yeah, 90% of the Kramers ever made. Yeah, I had a Fender, a couple of Fenders that just did that too. I had to inlay some maple and shit. It was a pain in the ass. Do the same thing and need repair. 100 or so, yeah, in this shop roller Alder or Ash. Basswood's fucking dog shit. You get spoiled working in vintage amps. Time travel back to 87 and warn people you'd be the idiot. Yeah. Just like I'm the idiot now. So I'm doing a video on a Maton restoration. But the sneak peek of it is I ordered a replacement bridge because the existing one had been fixed like 3 times with epoxy and shit, and it was proper fucked. But well, you know my opinion of Maton, and they're aware of it, so we're not on the best terms. So I ordered it through a local guitar shop, and the silly fucker there just copied my email and forwarded it to them, so my signature and shit's in the stuff below. So I'll send him the bridge anyway, but I don't reckon he did him any favours on price. And he said, by the way, can you tell your luthier to stop talking shit about us? I'm like, fuck, it's not. Just tell him to change their fucking pickup design, mate. It's my fault that your bridges fly off all the time. But then I've had a Maton for 30 years. I've never had a problem. So I told one bloke that. One bloke commented and goes, I've had a Maton for 30 years and I've never had a problem. You don't know what you're talking about. Go, yeah, congratulations with your sample size of one guitar. And then he writes back, he changed his story. Instead of, I've had a Maton, it's like, nope, I've had 20 of them over the 30 years. Righto, mate. Get a fucking hobby, would you? Defending Maton is his pastime. Super weird. Still going, yep, still going. Testing. Diodes out of circuit. I've got to make up for the weekend that will be a write-off. So it's going to be a late one, lads. Yeah, IC caps on Fenders don't fail. They're made in Illinois, mate. They can't. They're US made. Lyle travels in time. Lyle would travel back in time just to be right. Is there a third pin I've missed? No. Customer again. How you going, champions? What's going on? How are you? Did I get yous? So, that was fun. Trying to get a payment for a refret and new nut and new saddle for a Maton. Went through three different cards and 6 different pin codes. Got there in the end though. Alrighty. Did I wake you up, Ted? Silly duffer I am. Nope. Nothing wrong with those diodes. We got shorter caps. Really? Something shorted? Oh, hang on, you fucking idiot. It's still connected. I'm testing all the heaters. Fucking idiot. I'm just mentally thinking, because I'm distracted and shit, I'm mentally thinking I've disconnected it, but it's hard soldered, so you can't. Anyway, let's unsolder it. Jesus. A refret. Yeah, a refret with Evo Gold and a new compensated saddle and a new bone nut carved from blanks, sourced in the highest Namibian desert plain. I don't know. Sound and vision. I'm listening to David Bowie's Low because the radio was shitting me up the wall. So what are the chances of that SMPS? What do you mean? What's the chances of getting it working again? Is that what you're asking? I don't fucking know. Otherwise, I had already sent the quote. Did I tell you? Fuck's sake. Did I tell you about the podcast with Rick Rubin? The Rick Rubin podcast was really good. I watched the Trent Reznor one the other day and it was fantastic. I'll give you a link, hang on. Is that the full one? Yeah, full interview there. Share. Copy link. On later when you get a minute. Hey Brad, I got a DSL 40CR. Then make a clicking sound every 20 seconds or so. Same sound it makes when you first turn it on and the channel lights come on. Do I need to get it looked at? Yeah, probably. Where are you, Peter?
on the planet. You might be on the planet. You could be in the International Space Station, maybe. Do they have internet reception up there? Switch mode power supply. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong yet, but something's wrong. I'm going to isolate it from the supply. From the load, sorry. And work on it in isolation. Because from all accounts, getting your hands on one of these is a pain in the ass. Tons of pops and clicks on those in Marshall form. Huh. I haven't encountered that. I thought they were pretty good amps. Well, you know, good for Marshall these days anyway. Oh, you need a DY. You might find Dr. Gear a bit closer. Oh, still under warranty. We'll just take it back under warranty. Then they just replace it under warranty. Yeah, fucking make Marshall pay. Don't you pay for it. Make Marshall pay for their fuck-ups. Alright, those leads are dumb, so if I do this, I'm going to resolder to the actual board itself. He says. I can almost guarantee I won't be able to find a schematic for this thing, so repair attempt is pretty futile. At any rate. And that diode is so small it doesn't have any markings, so I don't know what it is. But I think it's short. No, it is not. Okay. So, what else on that rail is short? 47. Maybe nothing. 47. Alright, put that diode back. So an interesting bit of trivia about 9 Inch Nails and David Bowie. 9 Inch Nails have a song called A Warm Place off Downward Spiral. And turns out that it sounds remarkably similar, if not identical, to a David Bowie song called Crystal something, China Crystal or something. And it was a song that David Bowie did for a Japanese gin advertisement on TV. And Trent must have inadvertently heard it somewhere and just stored itself in his head, and he's written and released the album, and then someone said that's a David Bowie song, and sure enough he's looked it up and gone, oh fuck. Didn't mean to rip it off, but ripped it off by accident. Oh, imagine that. This album's huge. Fortunately, David Bowie's a really cool guy. He was a really cool guy. So he didn't charge him anything for it, and they became good mates. Because he was obsessed with Bowie. He was all over it. Well, I think I'm going to have a frown at this, see if I can replace it, because I've got a feeling that controller chip's gone, and often these aren't available off the shelf chips. They're like proprietary. So I'll have to do some research on that one. That's what I was afraid of when he brought it in. I said, I hope it's not heater supply, and then of course it's the heater supply. So I'll have a bit of a dig around. $20 seconds is a cap charging up and then discharging. Yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe. What is Gallagher? I don't know what that is. Yeah, that definitely should be viewed as faulty, Peter. It's not within its design specs to click every 20 seconds by any means. They'll probably try and weasel out of it, but just tell them, fuck you, fix it. Been away for a bit. What's up with this Shiva? It's got a blown heater power supply. They all do that, is a common reply. No, that's horse shit. Well, go up to their one in the showroom, turn it on, and if it doesn't do it, say, well, they don't all do that, do they, champ? You can't do that with Mesa Boogie. If your Mesa Boogie's oscillating, you can walk up to any other Mesa Boogie in the shop, set it to the same settings, and it'll oscillate as well. I've been meaning to do a go to Pro Music or whatever and do a hidden camera and go up to all the Mesa Boogies and set them so I know they're going to oscillate and go, why is it doing that? Oh. Walk up to the next one. Maybe this one won't do it. Oh, it's doing it too. Why is it doing that? Just to show that you can make a Mesa Boogie oscillate under its own fucking volition. They'll say it's part of the tone. Yeah. Gallagher and Zaxxon. Oh, are we talking games? Space Invaders improved. I think cheating is what yeah, of course it is. Cheat codes. Should have been kept in one shit so you can double firepower. If you backfeed the SMPS. Yeah, that's a good move, Daniel, actually. You'll only get up to the diodes, but yeah. Fucking Zygote doesn't know Gallagher. I'm not that old. Figured out all the stuff on the modern games, but he doesn't know we've been cheating since the invention of video games. So it even says that in the manual today. Jesus. I was born in 84, so it's probably before my time. $1981. Yeah. No, I've played that. I've played later versions of it though. What was the version I played? There was a really shit one called Zone 66. I don't know. I remember that because it was on the floppy disk that I used. Yeah, Zone 66. Wow. That was 1993. Essentially the same thing with better graphics. And then there was Raptor. Computer game. Raptor. Computer game. Raptor. Yeah, Call of the Shadows. Yeah, that was sick. That was my generation. When did that come out? 94. There you go. That's the one I grew up on. Anyway, I'm going to go do some work. So thanks for joining us, champions. I'm going to go do some research. I've gotten through all the tube amps, valve amps, ready for quoting. I've got to chase down what's going on with this one. And, you know, if it's the transformer or the chip, might need a new board. But yeah, we've got enough to do quotes for the rest of the fucking day. And hopefully get home in time to do some more guitar work before I've got to fly out tomorrow. It'd be nice if some people came and picked up their jobs too, because I've got about $10,000 worth of invoices and jobs ready to be picked up, and it was the guys that ring the most. Like every day they're ringing, is it ready? How come it's not ready? You said it would be ready. And then when it's ready, fucking crickets for like a month. Man. So you move heaven and earth to get their job done, and put other jobs back because they're a squeaky fucking wheel, and then you don't hear from them for a month after it's finished. But hey, that's the repair game, eh? So anyway, take it squeezy legends. If we can stay sober for long enough over the weekend, I might do a quick video with the boys if I can meet up with them in Melbourne. Otherwise, we'll just be running around the city getting up to no good, trying not to get arrested. So that should be fun. But anyway, good luck everyone with your weekend's frivolity. And take it squeezy. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for watching the videos. And yeah, is it ready yet? It'll be ready Monday. Not telling you which one though. I'm going to get some lunch before I get hangry and smash stuff. Yeah, give me a like, you heathens. So now is the awkward moment when I'm going to hit the stop streaming button. And there's latency. So I've got to estimate the latency. Tell me when I get to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6... 5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Still waiting. I know I've got some latency, but I didn't think it was that long. 1.